shooting on Thursday. If he continues that, he'll make his way through.
All The MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's the second day of action in Group A, which of course means it's moving day because this is where the Group A table really starts to take shape. Scott Mitchell alongside me. Just a quick one first about Alexander Merkx, because it was his debut day here yesterday, and what a debut he had. How much did we learn about his game yesterday?
I think we learned that he's a bit of a grinder. You know, he doesn't worry about how well he's playing. When he gets to that double, he then takes his chance. So that's a good attribute to have, to be able to grind a game out. And also I learned he was really good on the 16 and 8 side of the board on his double. So, yeah, learned a lot about him when I'd never seen him before.
He certainly was very prolific on that side of the board. Before we tuck into today's action, let's remind ourselves of what happened yesterday. Here's Henry with the highlights.
Andreas Toft-Jørgensen got his only win of the day yesterday against Graham Hall, pinning this 59 to get the better of GMAT. As for Keelan Kay, it was an up and down day. 2 victories on the board. He'll be hoping to be a prominent danger on day 2. As for Graham Hall, it was doubles that was his undoing in the end, but he did seal this 4-2 victory against Jared Cole. Undoubtedly, the game of the day was a battle between Duff and Cole. The reigning WDF World Champion pinning this 1-4-2 to win the opening leg. Then how about this for a response from Cole? A 117 to level up at 1 apiece, but it was Duff who won the battle to get on to 8 points. And he's joined there by Alexander Merkx, who claimed the big fish in his win against Graham Hall.
Yeah, we saw some superb finishing there from Neil Duff, didn't we, in that video. His second 2 performances were really sublime, but the way he ended the day was remarkable, wasn't it?
He really looked to start the day nervous. You know, those first couple of games we expected more from him, and he didn't quite do it. And I think the lads the 2 young lads went up there and had no shields up. They played each other an awful lot, and they got the day going for me.
Yeah, absolutely. It was that game between Jared Cole and Keelan Kay that really sparked Group A into life yesterday. Jared Cole will certainly feel like he's well within the mix. Keelan Kay was the only player yesterday not to hit a 180, but to still find himself in 4th, despite having the lowest running average for the day as well. He'll certainly feel he can kick on today.
Yeah, I think they all will. I was surprised with Graham yesterday. His averages coming into this was so good. You would think he was going to be in the top 2 after yesterday, and he just struggled a bit. And I think there's an expectation of when you've done so well here before, you then expect it of yourself, and when it starts to go wrong, sometimes you can implode inside.
Yeah, let's have a little look at the league standings then heading into today's session. It's the second day of action in Group A, as we've already mentioned. Alexander Merkx, after that superb debut day here, is top of the crop. Neil Duff just behind him in 2nd. But as you said, nobody out of the running. Andreas Toft-Jørgensen, he put in some good performances, didn't he? But that final game of the day, which is of course the first game of today against Alexander Merkx, he'll have felt that Merkx was there for the taking at times in that one.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that, you know, because it was his first day yesterday, the surroundings were new, the players' room was new to him, and it's quite cramped in the players' room. They are sat on each other's laps almost, you know. It's you can't get away from each other. So a very different thing to what he's been able to be used to.
Yeah, certainly. Let's find out then how Alexander's feeling after that first day here. He caught up with Henry.
Alexander, welcome to the Super Series. A brilliant debut day for yourself. How did you find it out there?
I love it out here. The first few matches were a bit nervy for me, but after that I think I did quite all right.
It's a big stage out here. How much stage experience have you had so far in your career?
Not so much. Play one Euro Tour and some finals in the WDF tournaments, and that's it.
And in playing on this stage and this opportunity, what's it going to do to you and your game?
I don't know. It adds a lot of experience for me, and we'll see what it brings me.
You've had a fantastic year on the WDF circuit, won 2 titles this year. So you must have come here with this great feel that we've got on offer here with plenty of confidence.
Yeah, the confidence is all right, but it's always nervy to play on this stage in the beginning and the first day. But after yesterday, I think I'm going to be a bit more relaxed today.
I was going to say, how are you going to find the second day? Obviously, you got yourself in a really good position after your debut day. Now, day 2. This is kind of where the table gets a bit serious, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. Let's hope I can perform like yesterday.
Well, we look forward to it. Alexander, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, Alexander Merkx there. Incidentally, that was one of 2 games where he was 4 out of 6 on his doubles against Toft-Jørgensen in that one. Let's see then if he can be as clinical to start day 2. Henry, over to you.
Good morning, Abby. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Moving Day here at the Super Series. And boy, have we got a league table which could see some dramatic moves and shakes on day 2. Alexander Merkx starts the day top of the table on 8 points. A almost perfect, a brilliant debut day for Alexander the Great. He's up against the Great Dane in Andreas Toft-Jørgensen in the first match of Tuesday morning. It is the bookending battle to kickstart our day's action. Who is going to come out on top in this European battle, I wonder? We've got 15 matches for you throughout the course of today, and we've got some really big ones to start the show. This one between Alexander and Andreas could see
first leg is Alexander
the Dutchman on to 10 points. Keelan Kay against Graham Hall is a big game in midfield, and then game 3 between Jared
15.
Cole and Neil Duff could be vital in determining the passage of play at the top end of the group early on. So do stick with us as the day goes on.
46.
Because there's going to be plenty of darting drama ahead. It's Alexander with the first darts of the day. And your referee in charge
46.
of all the action is Marco Meyer. Alexander, who yesterday on his debut day had an average of 83.5, 2 maximums to his
100.
name, and 42% on the checkouts, including that big fish finish we saw in the highlights
100.
reel just now. And I'm happy to say that joining me to describe all the action throughout the course of the day is the
54.
2015 Lakeside champion, Scott Mitchell. Morning, Scott.
Good morning. We're like a little large show, aren't we here, really?
44.
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, on the little bit. What are you?
100.
What are you looking forward to today?
I'm looking forward to the fact that it's a different day and seeing how the
69.
players react. Abby and I spoke obviously about how great Alexander was yesterday. You know, we find out today
100.
whether that was the real Alexander or whether he was excelling because he was in a situation that he hadn't been in before and he just, you know, lapped it up. It's going to be very interesting.
100. Alexander, you require 86.
We'll see if reality sets in for the Dutchman. Well, he loved double 16 yesterday,
54.
but he doesn't find
Andreas,
it first
you
time
require
asking today.
82.
So Andreas is going to have a dart of his own at
76.
double 3.
Alexander,
Wasn't
you
expecting to
require
go there.
32.
So Merkx returns for his favoured double 16. But this time it's the other
Andreas,
side of the
you
wire
require
into the double
6.
8.
Looks like we've commentators cursed him
4.
on that side of the
Alexander,
board.
you require 16.
It was so impressive there yesterday.
Yeah,
he's got
game
there
shot
now.
in the first leg.
And to be fair, he hit a double 8 before, so he is still good on that side of the board. Just early morning nerves, let's hope.
They always say the
Second leg,
first leg's the
Andreas,
one you want to
throw
get
first.
over with.
Game on.
Well, Alexander Merkx has got it under his belt.
It is when you're playing any staged
60.
tournament or anything on TV like this is for the guys. the most important thing, you want to hit your first treble 20 as quickly as you can. You just want to get that done and out the way. Then you want to hit your first double as quickly as you can and get that out of the way and get yourself settled. The longer it goes on without either, the more you tend to struggle and you start to fry the piece between your
57.
ears. And it makes life very difficult from then on. And then, of course, if it's set play, you want to then get your first set on the board or whatever. But and it's tough starting. Like I say, we said it's 9:30 in the morning here, and it's not a normal time for some of these guys to play. And you know, there'll be a few apprehensions until those first games are out the way in the first block of 3, really.
But vital games in that first
41.
block of 3. That third game between Neil Duff and Jared Cole, and even at this early stage of the group, feels like
60.
an important one, especially for Jared.
120.
Yeah, it really does. It could open the group right up again. Should Jared
80.
win it, and he'll have the darts as well, so he'll be hoping to.
Yes, everything is reversed from yesterday, so the players who threw first in yesterday's games throw second and vice versa. Toft-Jørgensen for a hole to level up at 1 apiece. Then the fixtures from yesterday completely reversed. So this was game 15 yesterday, it's game 1 today, and there's nothing to separate them. Level at 1 apiece.
Alexander to throw first, game on.
And of course, you can get in contact with us throughout the course of the day.
100.
We're on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram at MSS Darts. If you have any questions for myself and Scott, we will try and answer them, keep them fun, keep
26.
them clean.
And of course, if we don't know the answer, we'll just lie.
44.
I'm sure we'll have an answer for all of them that's pretty genuinely close to the truth.
28.
Absolutely. We won't humour people.
We promise we won't spend 3 legs talking about
60.
neighbours today either.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. That was, yeah, well, I enjoyed it, really, but there we go. Yeah, my favourite part of the day yesterday, that.
I want to get around 145 as well.
There you go. You got to start chatting about it. But
30.
I mean, now we're talking about the MODUS Super Series. You know, that's my lunchtime viewing now. So, you know, I'm happy with that. I get to watch more darts. So it's good.
Not a home and away man, then.
Oh no, never been. It's like an EastEnders Coronation Street thing. You either watch Corrie or you watch EastEnders. You don't watch both. And no, I don't watch home and away. No.
60. Alexander, you require 127.
Well, this could be like a soap plot where the
95.
new character that's come into play causes all sorts of mayhem. That's what Alexander Merkx is doing here at the Super Series.
133. Alexander,
Guess
you
where he is
require
again.
32. No score. Andreas, you require 78.
Put those on a pinhead. So it's 78 for Tofty here. Oh, it's a good recovery. Double 10. Oh,
Yeah,
right,
that's
top
game shot in
corner.
the third leg. Andreas Toft-Jørgensen.
Absolutely, out of the blue, that one. I don't think we were expecting that after a 1 with the first
Fourth
dart.
leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
So everyone should go for 78-1, treble 19, double 10.
Yeah, I'm not sure we're going to see that on the old
60.
Windmound shot counters just yet.
No, I'm not sure Little Richard will have that on the card.
100.
I really am
41.
impressed with the way that Andreas is approaching this today. He knows that, you know, he was going to be up against it from the very first game this morning.
100.
He seems to have mentally prepared for that. He needs to find the red bit. It's okay breaking throw, but you really need to hold
28.
directly after. And scoring 28 does not assist you with that.
60.
Feels like the first couple of games yesterday where someone is just waiting for the other to go. And maybe this is the moment. Maybe that's the spark.
180.
It may well. Oh, I thought we were going for another one back to back.
95.
Andreas really needs a treble visit here,
100.
and he gets it
Alexander
last
Uruguay,
dart. Very important
146.
dart.
56. Andreas Uruguay, 92.
Doesn't go the ball route. Stays there. Ooh.
40. Alexander Uruguay, 90.
Strange one, that.
Is he going to be punished with the
85.
break back on double 5?
Andreas
No, he
Uruguay,
won't.
52.
So Toft-Jørgensen for a 3-1 lead. Wants double 16. The double that has caused Merkx all sorts of pain.
44. Alexander Uruguay,
Is now
5.
causing Andreas Toft-Jørgensen pain as well. Just in the one there. But now that's in a good position to go back at double
that's been
one,
short
because
of the
it left
forward
him
line.
all the room
Alexander
to the
Merkx.
right. Maybe it was done purposely.
There's some combination finishes here, isn't there?
Fifth flag,
Maverick
it's Alexander to
darts
throw
in our
first.
opening
Game on.
matchup of the day.
Maverick darts indeed, but he was there.
60.
Top gun.
100. 60.
Yeah, it might have been a Top Gun finish, but we're still waiting to see the darts that may take our breath away in this match.
92.
So you did see the 1986 film?
I've seen bits. I can't confess I've
60.
seen the whole lot.
Oh, it's another movie I watch all the time. Top Gun's one of my all-time favourites, and of course Top Gun Maverick that came out recently.
82.
I think I've seen that 4 or 5 times now already.
Meant to be an excellent film.
Yeah, I mean, if you've watched the first one, some would say it's a little
60.
cheesy, but you have to have references to the prequel, really. But yeah, no, great films. If you haven't watched it, give it a look. But not
60.
until we finish today and after the MODUS Super Series of Duff.
Why don't you treat yourself? You know, after we're done here, go out to the
60.
supermarket, get yourself some
Andreas
popcorn
Uruguay,
and a bottle of
167.
pop. Maybe even a glass of vino if you're so way inclined. Maybe have a movie night, and then you can come
87.
back and enjoy the true thriller here tomorrow. Because I get the sense this group is going to go down to the
97.
very last
Andreas
round of
Uruguay,
fixtures.
80.
And we could see a plot twist here if Toft-Jørgensen can get a third consecutive break of
that's
foe
game
in
shot
this
the fifth
match
flag. Andreas
and
Toft-Jørgensen.
lead 3-2. And the man who topped the table overnight, Alexander Merkx, needs to win both of the remaining legs
Sixth flag,
to
it's
kick off the
Andreas to
day with
throw
victory.
first.
Otherwise,
Game
the
on.
door is open for Cole and Duff to take full advantage in Game 3.
60.
This is really fun, and this is welcome to the MODUS Super Series here for Alexander. You know, he sat top of the tree,
60.
and here he is playing the guy right at the foot of it, and he looks like he has a very good chance of turning him over. And
60.
Toft-Jørgensen seems more comfortable against the throw this morning. Early doors here.
It was a pattern of the last time
100.
Andreas was here. Monday wasn't his best day. It took him a day to settle into it. And then come the Tuesday, once he's had the day in the venue,
140.
he seems to then find something. But ultimately, it could be the 2 points from yesterday, which may
135.
cost him the opportunity to win the group. Oh, this is good.
135.
When it's going right for him, it's like he's sat in his armchair, just nonchalant throwing at the board, and that's
100.
how the best players do it.
Andreas Uruguay,
And let's not forget, he's
106.
early in his career, and stands a good chance of taking it a lot further.
46. Alexander Uruguay, 106.
He's going to get the chance to
49. Andreas
beat
Uruguay,
the overnight
60.
league leader. 2 darts at tops. Double 10.
50.
Oh, they were a
Alexander
little bit
Uruguay,
wild,
57.
weren't they? They were a little bit hope rather than telling it where it was going.
37. Andreas
So
Uruguay, 10.
big chance for Toft-Jørgensen to open up his account this morning. Double 5 can be a dodgy one. 1 to go.
5.
Took
Alexander
too much
Uruguay,
beans off the
20.
throw, but it's Merkx for 20 now. You expect him to hit this.
Yeah, that's
And he
game
duly
shot in the
does.
6th flag. Alexander Merkx.
And has he already used his get out of jail free card? Because Toft-Jørgensen has had those opportunities
Seventh final
for
leg.
the
It's
match.
Alexander Toft
He's
first.
missed.
Game on.
Best part of 4 darts, 5 darts at double to win this match.
60.
Sometimes when you're down there at the bottom of the group, it can then make it very difficult to get over the line game by game. You
57.
battle hard to get back into the group, and that would have been a magic win for him with those 2 darts, and
60.
really got his confidence going for the rest of the day. Now he's put himself up against it again. The only plus for him is that he's been really good against
41.
the throw, but he hasn't started well here with his first 6 darts.
Advantage to Merkx.
94.
Yeah, 94, even at this stage, feels like enough, unless Toft-Jørgensen can get 2 trebles in this visit, which he
100.
won't do. He gets 1 just to keep him honest.
96.
But every time Alexander Merkx hits 1, it's a stab in the chest. That was a bit loose, but what a great recovery with the 3rd. And he's left himself the fish.
Wouldn't it be ironic if the fish went
99.
against Merkx, who got
Andreas
1 yesterday?
170.
So Alexander the Great is going to get a chance at 92 for the turnaround win.
92.
But 2 fantastic visits from Toft-Jørgensen here has put him under.
74.
Oh, he went double-double.
Andreas, you require 36.
And went down the barrel the wrong
Game,
way.
Shots,
And
the match,
Toft-Jørgensen
Andreas
sees
Toft-Jørgensen.
the game off. What a brilliant end to the match that was.
Indeed it was. Andreas Toft-Jørgensen, who missed 5 darts for the match in the 6th leg, gets over the line in the decider. An average of 76.47, the game's solitary max, but it's the doubling which has kind of put the averages down there. 4 from 15, 3 from 17. Both are going to have to sharpen up there as the day goes on. Game 2 sees Keelan Kay and Graham Hall in action in a mid-table battle in Group A, and we're going to see them for the first time on Tuesday after this short break.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Andreas Toft-Jørgensen has just claimed his second victory in Group A, coming through a last leg decider to get the better of the current league leader Alexander Merkx in that one. It was a very slow start from both players in that one, wasn't it? And Alexander's levels significantly dipping below what we saw from him on a consistent basis yesterday. His average didn't actually dip below 80 yesterday, but as we can see in the stats, below 70 in that match from him. And we said yesterday that Toft-Jørgensen had his opportunities to capitalise in this fixture yesterday. He wasn't able to take them. Well, he did this time around. Neither of the players will be overly pleased with their finishing stats in that one, but it is an important victory for the Danish player. We can see what that does then to the league table at this early juncture in day two, with, of course, just the one game played on the second day. Alexander Merkx is currently still top, but Neil Duff will have the opportunity a little bit later on to leapfrog him into first place. Next up, we've got Graham Hall against Keelan Kay. Keelan Kay, the only player yet to hit a 180 in Group A at this point, and he also has the lowest overall average for day one as well. But he does, importantly, still have 2 victories to his name. One of them coming in this fixture yesterday, of course, but a lot of that was due to Graham Hall and his finishing stats, because he missed 18 darts at double in that match, so he was the architect of his own downfall in this fixture yesterday. Will he allow Keelan Kay more opportunities in this match to get another victory on the board? We shall certainly find out. Guys, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Abby. 2 players who will be looking to better their day one tally on day 2. Graham Hall openly admitting it was missed doubles yesterday. That was the reason why he was on 2 points. As for Keelan Kay, we mentioned yesterday, 4 points following the first day. I think the rest of the table could be served notice, because you'd expect him to play better than he did in spells on Monday morning. Let's see what the Lord of the board can do. Buoyed by the fact that his Plymouth Argyle got a big victory in the Devon Derby yesterday against Exeter City. It's a very frivolous rivalry down in that part of the world.
First lag, it's Keelan to throw first. Game on.
And Graham Hall, who was saying to me after the session yesterday, was wearing a
140.
Halloween-inspired shirt. We'll be hoping there'll be no frights and no tricks and just treats today.
Yeah, indeed. You're absolutely right. He did
60.
suffer on his doubles yesterday. And, of course, that changes everything. That changes your average stats. It changes all the stats it can do. So he'll be looking to build on that. And as I said upstairs with Abby, I think his running average coming in here with that 92, you expect to just turn up and actually throw it. And sometimes you forget. You just go through the motions. And he's a lot better player than he played yesterday, that's for sure.
Do you see it happen sometimes here at the Super Series, where do you see that odd day here and there where just dips a bit below, but then more often than not, the next day we
100.
We see an extra level, that extra bit of vigor and determination.
140. $93. Keelan, you require 64.
Good start from Kay. Can he now finish this off? Composes himself.
56. Graham, you require 108.
So Kay will be back for double 4.
60. Keelan, you require
Good start from Kay,
8.
having a couple of darts at a double. 13, 14 and
that's
15.
game shot in the first
16
lag.
darter to
Keelan
open
Kay.
up. That will settle his nerves for this morning.
Yes, real nice early settler that for
Second lag,
Keelan
it's Graham
Kay.
to throw first. Game on. 140.
I don't know about you, Scott, but I just get the feeling Graham will need to get a victory early today, just for some confidence, because we saw what happened at the end of Champions Week, just missed out on getting through via Group A, and he openly admitted that he struggled then to return on the Thursday and Friday to get the job done in Group B, and then had that struggle on the doubles yesterday.
46.
It could easily become a scenario here for the G-Man where things can just envelop very quickly.
It can, and you know, negativity is something that can creep into your game very, very quickly. You can have one brilliant game and get rid of it quickly, or but problem is you have one bad game and it stays for a long time. It's really tough to try and explain to those that don't play, but if you play, you know how it feels. You know, you play on a Monday night in your local pub and you missed a couple of darts to win a game. You got to wait the whole week and you're stewing, and then you go out 9 times out of 10 you stop yourself the following week because you've been thinking negative thoughts and what you could have done wrong. Where sometimes you've just got to chuck it in the bucket and leave it, as they say.
You don't get much time to stew on things here at the Super Series either.
And that's what makes this very different to any other darts discipline, shall we say.
It's almost like the test match cricket of darts, isn't it? Where you're playing over a long format and you've got to time things right. You've got to... So like T20 where you can go and whack it for a 6.
90.
You have to time your shots in a test match. It's kind of the same here. Even though you're throwing the same darts at the board in the same match, you've got to do the right things at the right time and make sure you set your day up so that you're in the peak performance position at the right times.
This is where it starts to creep in. He's been missing doubles yesterday. He's given himself opportunities again today. He's got to get rid of this out of his head.
Yeah, that's game short in the second leg.
It's an 18-dart leg for Graham Hall to take leg 2.
And he'd be happy just to get that first double on the board.
First, game on.
So 16 and 18 darts are the opening 2.
100.
We can see the players are more settled today already for having one day's play yesterday and being back in the atmosphere. Graham Hall's throw is a very deliberate throw. And that works for him. So yesterday we found he got rushed at times. 50. And I think that affected his game, and particularly on the doubles, he tended to be rushing. And I think that he needs to get back to what he does with the scoring, which is what he's doing now. It is kind of an unusual throw because usually you would keep your elbow.
41.
You know, the darts coaches of the world would tell you to keep your elbow still, not be raising it. And if you watch Graham, he raises his elbow by a couple of inches as he goes to release. So he lines it up and then raises it as he throws. And you would be told, if anybody was teaching you how to throw, not to do that. But it really does work for Graham with the scoring.
39.
It's a lot of moving parts, isn't there, in that throw?
Yeah, the less moving parts, the better. And you have to remember that even
26.
if your body rocks towards the board by 2 inches, that means you're tilting yourself further forward, changing the angle of release, meaning the dart will tend to go a couple of inches lower and under the treble 20. It's a strange thing to try and say, but when I was teaching my daughter, I said to her, do not rock, do not move, or I will tie a breeze block on your back leg so you cannot move. It hasn't worked. She kicks her legs up to her waist now when she's playing county, so it hasn't worked, but she's playing county, so she must be doing something right.
Breeze block playing darts. Now I've heard it all.
99.
Just makes it difficult when you go to get your darts out the board with a breeze block strapped on your back leg to stop you moving.
Get the ref to retrieve it. Bullseye for Kay.
Graham, you require 94.
And if there's a good miss, that was a good miss, hitting a 14 with the last dart there from Kay.
Well, that's left him 75. And so the bullseye, how much of that can he see?
62.
Well, from that angle, it looked enough.
You require 36.
Again, if you're going to miss, it was a good miss. He hit an 18. So Kay then needs to hit this.
Yeah, that's game short in the third leg.
piece
Keelan Kay.
of darts manoeuvring along the oche. He looks a different player today, Mr.
Four
Kay.
black is Graham the throw first.
A little bit
Game
more
on.
positive.
And sometimes in darts, it can literally be as simple as just getting a good night's sleep and coming in with a fresh mindset the next day. Sometimes it's not stuff that you do on the practice board. It's the other small bits that can give you a big leg up.
55.
Yeah, it is, Henry. You're absolutely right. It's you know, you don't want to be coming in tired. You know, if you feel good when you come in, then you'll probably play good when you come in. You know, it's back to that mental side of it.
64.
And players have routines and putting one sock on before the other and lucky underpants. Yeah, I had a pair of lucky
100.
pants and I had a pair of Union Jack pants, England St George's flag pants for every time I played for England, and I had those for about 10 years. And I think, without going into too much detail, the wife had to cut the crutch
81.
out and put new crutches in them and all sorts. And I kept the same waistband. I used to be very, very, very superstitious.
59.
But over the last few years, I seem to have got a bit older and realised that a pair of underpants don't affect how my arm moves.
Worse than I have. I still have to salute a Magpies.
56.
Yeah, that's a country thing. We do salute at Magpies. Yeah, you have to.
89.
Does it count every single time you see the back of William O'Connor's shirt?
I don't usually get that far in the tournament to see him, to be honest. So, you know, sometimes I salute him at the bar, maybe. I don't know, but yeah, don't see him so much during play.
Graham Hall has left himself on top after 15 to level this game
40.
up at 2 apiece. Been a nip and tuck affair thus far. Double 10.
Yeah, that's game short than the
And we are
four
level at
Graham
2
Hall.
apiece, and both players 2 from 6 on the doubles. Both visit perfect in this game.
Fifth
Not much
flag,
really to
it's Keelan the
separate
throw
them.
first. Game
Just
on.
the odd extra ton visit here and there for Graham Hall. Averages in the low to mid 80s.
81.
Yeah, after the first couple of legs, they were high 80s. And you can see how tense the game is getting now and how important it is for the pair of them to
46.
pick up that 2 points and send them up the group a little.
55. $96. 45.
Well, that visit there from Kay may have just opened up an opportunity for Graham Hall to steal the darts here in the 5th. A reminder that after this game, we've got a
95.
big battle in game 3 as Neil Duff takes on Jared Cole. If Jared can win that game,
95.
we will have 3 players tied at the top on 8 points. Keelan Kay could make it 8, 8, 8 and 6 between the top 4 in the group.
So already here on day 2, early doors. Some very important matches being played.
Just double checking with our referee,
55.
Marco Meyer.
Graham, you require 124.
And that was the right thing to do because it's left him on the big fish. Graham Hall, 1-2-4 for the break.
$84. Keelan, you require 170.
Yes, a decision there. Graham Hall saying, right, I don't think you can hit the 170. And it looks like he made the right choice to give himself 3 clear darts at 40. Sometimes that's a player psychology
45.
thing to get at your
Graham, you
opponent.
require 40.
But once you do it, you have to finish it
Yeah,
off,
that's
which
game
he
short
does
in
with
the
the
5th
third.
flag. Graham Hall.
G-Man's game plan was executed to perfection. He gets the break of throw.
Six
and is a
targets,
leg
Graham the
away.
throw first. Game on.
And has the darts. I'm just wondering how Keelan Kay would have assessed yesterday. Of course, the average for the day is not
140.
what we'd expect from him, and he probably would have been disappointed with it himself. But the fact he got himself on 4 points on a day where we knew that he could add more to his game,
100.
and he's playing at a better level today, you can almost see them as bonus points and gives them the opportunity to really make a march on day 2.
And let's not forget, averages really are just a guide of how you're playing. It's more important in this situation to maybe win a game with a 71 rather than lose one with an 88. So I don't think Keelan would be overly bothered about his averages. He will be more bothered about the games he's winning or the games he's losing. But Hall here has really
95.
grabbed a bit of confidence this morning, and he's going for it now. Trying to close in on this match.
26. Graham, you require 126.
And after that visit from Keelan Kay, you would say he is red hot favourite now.
He's got 6 for it. Going to set
86.
the path up for tops after 12 to seal the match. He has roared his way over towards the finishing line. All he has to do now is cross it.
96. Graham, you require 40.
To join Keelan Kay on 4 points.
$20.
He is going to come back.
He'll be concerned that the doubles are eluding him again, but sometimes as a dart player you can have too much time. And when I say too much time, it's when the player's that far behind
Graham,
you.
require 20.
You can have a little bit of negativity going, well, as long as I don't do anything silly here, I'm all right, I'm going to be back. And that's not what you want to be thinking. You want to be thinking, I've got to get this.
They have to take this. One left.
10.
There's the other side.
Keelan, you require 130.
A wry smile there from Graham Hall as his 6th dart at a double misses. But what concerned me there, you could see a little wobble on the back of his flight.
Graham, you
where the
require
nerves were
10.
just setting in here early morning. And this really isn't a double you want to be going for.
Game.
And he's hit it.
Shots.
Fair play. How do you miss the easy
Hall.
ones and hit the hard one?
Here's the forever darting question we try and surface the answer to. Well, the answer Graham Hall gave us in the opening match of his day is a 4-2 win against Keelan Kay with an average of 83.6, 4 out of 16 on the doubles, 25%. He'll want to improve upon that as the day goes on. But for Keelan Kay, he's on 4 points. Graham Hall is going to join him on that mark as well. But do stay with us, because after the break, we have got a huge game for you in the context of the league table. It is second place Neil Duff, level on points of Alexander Merkx, and he can go 4 points clear of Jared Cole in third if he can claim victory. The King of the Castle can go and secure a three-way tie at the top of the table if he gets a victory. It's a huge game early on, and please do join us for it after this short break.
of 84 in that match, 4 out of 16 on the outer ring. Next up, we've got Jared Cole against Neil Duff. This was a really sublime encounter yesterday, wasn't it? Neil Duff with a superb performance, really setting the standard with that 1-4-2 outshot early on in the match. And then he followed that up. Jared Cole actually took out a 1-1-7 of his own. It was a superb standard of darts from both players. Neil Duff just getting the better of Jared Cole in the end. But Neil Duff comes into this one in a really strong position in the league table. He knows that a victory in this one will take him top of the league standings. And Henry caught up with him before this morning's action got underway.
Here at the Super Series, but a really good first day for yourself. How did you find it out there?
It's a mixed bag yesterday. I didn't play well for the first 4 games, but I managed just to do enough, hit big scores when I needed to. Felt myself like I was really struggling. I think the first 2 games didn't bust a 70 or an 80 average, but I was glad to come away yesterday with 4 out of 5.
And of course, that last performance against Jared Cole, big game for the pair of you, and you put out your big performance for it.
Yeah, well, Jared, I kind of knew. I've played with him on the Super Series before. You know what you have to do. I'd kind of built myself up for it. I told him at 9 o'clock yesterday morning that I was going to save my best until last. And yeah, it was a good game. Could have been done with maybe before the last leg, but I was happy to come away with the 2 points.
It being your last fixture of yesterday, it's going to be your first fixture of today. Does that feel like a big game right from the get-go?
It doesn't. Listen, every game feels like a big game. I just need to hit the ground running today. Instead of working my way into as the day progresses, I need to be there from the first start and then continue just to carry that through the rest of the day to get the momentum going, you know. And
finally, what was your first experience of this stage like?
Oh, it's awesome. It is awesome. A completely different setup feeling than when Southampton. It was more like a cauldron because you're enclosed and it just felt like a pressure cooker. Whereas out here, it's a bit more free play, and hopefully if I can make it through the Saturday night, I can't wait to play in front of people in here.
Neil, we wish you the best today.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Perfect.
So there we go. The champ's eye view of how he went yesterday. Nice little interview there, H. Nice little interview.
Yeah, he's always very honest about his appraisal, is Neil Duff. No predictions, though, today from the reigning WDF World Champion. I think what we can predict from this is a really good battle, and hopefully it's a little bit like what we saw yesterday.
First leg, is Jared to throw first?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a good game yesterday, and Jared has the darts today. So you would hope he would hope that he would have a slight advantage with having the throw. But yeah, the Duff man's been known for his predictions.
83.
Obviously, that Lakeside win, he was predicting every day what he was going to do tomorrow, and very, very Muhammad Ali-like, I think. And I was watching for one and thinking, you must be confident. If you're predicting like this, you must be confident.
I remember standing to the side of every single one of those interviews because I was the player's chaperone, basically, for media commitments at the Lakeside. And every single time thinking, oh, Neil, come on.
Are you writing
41
checks with your mouth that your backside cannot cash? I think was how my father used to describe it to me.
Nothing wrong when you get it right, though.
57.
He cashed them right in, didn't he? You know, by going on to win as he predicted.
Well, that was good entertainment for us in the media landscape. This is always good for us to watch in the media landscape, wherever landscape you're tuning in to us from.
$100.
Nobody pulling up any trees just yet, but it is very early doors. And we know 82. How important it is.
Neil, you require 136.
Asking Neil there in the interviews. Everybody's keeping their eye on the table. Oh, hello.
120.
A whisker away. I think they call that from a 136 in the opening leg.
We saw Neil Duff start yesterday's game with a 1-4-2. Jared Cole was within a width of a wire from starting today's
16.
encounter with a 1-4-4. Both players have missed darts at a double for a big checkout.
No score.
But it's those little ones that are the bread and butter.
Jared required 12.
That win and lose games, so can Cole. That's a lovely marker, surely. And
Yeah,
yes,
that's
it was
game short in
indeed.
the first leg. Jared Cole.
So holds his throw. And a very important start there for
Second
Jared
leg
Cole.
is Neil to throw
In
first.
what is a very important
Keelan.
game into what the outcome of this group.
You sense he has to win this one, Jared. If Duff gets 4 points away,
100.
you cannot see him dropping the required amount of points from this point onwards, even at this stage.
100.
We can't see it, but the players feel differently. And obviously, you know, you go off to win your next game and stranger things have happened. We saw some strange results yesterday. And this format and the way that this MODUS Super Series works continues to throw that up. It's fabulous.
That's fabulous.
180.
And you look at the stats for yesterday. Neil Duff with the highest overall average of any of the players in the group, 86.11. The highest average of any player in an individual game in the group of 98.46. And the most maximums in the group yesterday with 6.
45.
Jared Cole had the best checkout percentage of any player in the group yesterday with a 44.74% checkout ratio, and the most ton plus outs yesterday as well,
58.
with 3 of them, including that 1-2-9 in game, as it's now going to be known, yesterday against Keelan Kay. Both players had 12 dart legs yesterday, Jared having
44.
2.
Neil, you require 160.
So the stats prove that this should be the highlight match.
Both players were running at a 90
140.
before this
Jared
leg
require
started.
132.
And dropped off to a mid-80s, but this is big. Need the 57. Bullseye for Cole.
107.
Oh, and the
Neil, you
first dart was
required
positioned
20.
perfectly for it. Duff's back for 10s.
Yeah, that's game short in the
Duff
second
gets
leg.
10s.
Neil Duff.
And we are level at 1 apiece. Scoring phase of this game has been really
Third
good. Just
leg
the
is
odd
Jared
missed
to
double
throw
here and there.
first. Game on.
Because we were so early in the game, they were running a 90 from the first leg there.
91.
Yeah, a couple of 45s apiece, and the averages dropped from 90 down to 85 off the back of one throw. And that's how quickly you can raise them as well with these 180s.
180.
Neil Duff raises the stakes.
140.
He is tuned in today. He's feeling it.
99.
Neil Duff, big Rangers fan. Big game for them tonight against
140.
Ajax.
Yeah, we've got a little clash going on there. We have an Ajax supporter up there on stage calling out a few scores. So
52.
I'm sure they'll be together this evening.
Ironically, watching a different football match, but more of that in a second, because Cole wants a treble for the bullseye, and Duff
50.
is looking to
Neil,
net
you
the
require
fish.
170.
First one is good. Second one is good.
145.
Third one was also good.
Jared, you require
Not
80.
quite as accurate as he wanted it to be.
Climbing up the ladder towards tops.
Yeah, that's
And
game short in
reaching the
third
tops.
leg.
Jared Cole is on top, leading 2-1 against the Duff man.
Forward leg,
Showing
it's
his
Neil to
character
throw
here,
first.
Jared Cole.
Game on.
That would have been the easiest thing to do, was to miss that. But he didn't do the easy thing. He went and hit it. And he did actually.
45.
It was funny. It was a bit of a lurch, a bit of a tiptoe shot to get over the first two. But whatever it was, Jared did it. And yeah,
59.
very tidy 80 shot and a confidence building 80 shot as well.
Yeah, Duff a Rangers fan, Marco an Ajax fan, but ironically they are watching a football match together tonight, but it's not that one. They've both got tickets to Fratton Park for Portsmouth against AFC Wimbledon in the Pizza Trophy, as I like to call it.
100.
Well, back in the day, you know, that would have been a big game a few years back. Sad, it's a shame to see where both clubs are at the moment in the football leagues.
I was quick to point out to Jared this morning, who is a Tottenham fan, that Pompey have won a trophy more recently than Spurs.
60.
They did, yes. Another H at the helm on that occasion, I believe.
Harry Redknapp. Some team.
30.
Sol Campbell, David James, Sonny Montari, Kanu.
Was Mercer in that team as well?
58.
That was the team that got promoted to the Premiership. Then went on to manage Walsall, didn't he, for a couple of years?
Yeah, I met Paul Merson a couple of times. Lovely fella.
165.
Oh, that's an excellent setup from Duff to leave tops. That's not a bad riposte.
Neil, you require 40.
And yet again, these two are providing some high-quality darts.
Yeah, that's
But
getting
there will
short
not
in
be
the
any
fourth
tungsten
line.
tension as Neil Duff levels up at 2 apiece.
A little roar from him there as he hit the double 10 as well. If you need to know what this means to these players, you've only got to watch their mannerisms and watch how they are, and whether that was a roar of relief or a roar of joy, it was one that he vitally needed to get back into this game. And Jared has now started badly.
26.
And a wry smile and a laugh because Neil Duff has started it worse.
When the first dart hits the top of the treble, you expect one more to follow. And the way this game has gone, you expect Duff to follow suit.
100.
He didn't quite. Jared really needs that treble visit and its last dart again.
$140.
It really is even, Stephen, in this one. And you get the impression it is quite a vital leg in this match. Could the momentum swing with the winner of this leg?
78. Jared, you
Great
require
recovery to leave himself on a
143.
finish, but it is advantage to the king of the castle.
59. Neil, you require 157.
Hasn't really taken that. Bag of nails
44.
there.
Jared, you
Looking for
require
more than
84.
that. So it's Cole coming back to 84. He was good on his 2 dart finishes yesterday. Changes it up a little bit. Bullseye wants.
37.
Rushed that one a little
Neil,
bit.
you require 113.
Has a little smile to himself and almost made Marco, our referee, smile while calling the scores out. And obviously, you must not hit that 5
73.
when you are going for
Jared, you require
113.
47.
It's what they call a disaster dart, but Cole now returning for 47 for a 3-2 lead and to put him a leg away from victory. He has got 2 at double 16. He only needs the 1, and he finds himself 1 away from a vitally important win.
6 leggeds, Neil the throw
Duff,
first.
the WDF World Champion, finds himself chasing here.
$45.
He would have wanted a better start on his own throw than that. And now Cole is in and going for the jugular.
135.
But you don't keep a good man down for long.
You don't get those stars on your shirt, mate, if you can't play, that's for sure. And if you can't bounce back, you've got to have
44.
bounce back ability to be a world champion, because it doesn't always go your own way.
When he won that Lakeside title in April, he won games in different types of manners. Remember that quarter-final against Jim McEwen where he was 3-0 down? Seemingly the game was over, but he found one of the best comebacks I think the Lakeside has ever seen to go on and win that quarter-final 4-3. May need to dip into those qualities here. He's recovered the leg after a poor start to become the first player to have finished after 12. Jared's just regressed after that 135 start.
100. Neil, you require 120.
So here we go. Looking for that treble 20. Now he's looking for that double top.
100.
It would have been a comprehensive finish. But he will be back. Cole in for 192. We'll just be looking for something to turn the corner. Another treble would help that. And that indeed has done
Neil,
that.
you require 20.
The pressure on Duff now.
Yeah, that's game short in the sixth slot.
Straight in, first start, no messing.
The biggest leg of the week so far. And for the second consecutive time between this pair, well, the third consecutive time in all meetings, if you include their British Classic meeting in September. And it's nicely put because over those last two meetings it have gone 4-3. It's one win apiece. Jared Cole winning at the WDF British Classic in September at the Spa in Bridlington, and Neil Duff winning the battle between this pair in a deciding leg yesterday. But what's going to give here on day 2 of Group A? If Neil Duff wins this leg, he opens up a 4-point gap on Jared Cole in third, and he'll go 2 points clear at the top of the group. If Jared Cole can hold his throw in this leg, 3 players will be tied at the top on 8 points. Alexander Merkx would stay top with 55. A +8 legs difference, and both Cole and Duff would be tied on +4 legs difference. Duff would stay above Cole because he would have won 1 leg more yesterday.
But Cole in with a 180 to stamp his authority on this 7th and final leg of this very important group game.
Charity require 130.
Switch across to the 18s now, I would have thought, or he'll go for the bull.
65.
He's gone the bull route. He has time. As we've seen, sometimes time is not always your friend in darts.
140.
And he has no time now.
65.
There's no time like the present to get it done. 2 darts at tops. Double 10.
45. Neil, you require 146.
Pull something out the fire here.
Now is the time not to be thinking about this double, 26. Young Mr. Cole.
Jared, you require 20.
Just go through the motions as you usually do.
Game,
and he does.
Shot, and a match.
What a great dart from Jared Cole.
And that is a win, which makes the top of this Group A table as tight as it could possibly be. Another quality encounter between Messrs. Cole and Duff. 4-3 Neil Duff won yesterday. 4-3 Cole wins today with an average of 86.38. 2 maximums to his name. 4 out of 10 on the doubles for the king of the castle. As far as the spoils are concerned in the group, it is all tied up now at the top. 3 players all level on 8 points. Jared Cole going above Neil Duff in the table into second place. Alexander Merkx top on 8 points with a better legs difference. My goodness, is it going to be a run for the line now? We're going to see the man at the top of the table in action now. Alexander Merkx, he takes on Graham Hall after this short break.
Well, we have just been treated to another superb encounter, haven't we, between Neil Duff and Jared Cole. It was another 4-3 ending to that one, this time Jared Cole coming out on top in this one. Both started yesterday's match with 3-figure outshots, but at the start of this one, both unable to take out big combo finishes in the opening leg. But another high-quality clash between the pair, a 15-dart leg in there from Jared Cole as well. Some superb spells of scoring, some superb setup shots, and some fine finishing in there at times as well. It was Jared Cole this time who stole a march in that deciding leg and was able to get over the line. That, of course, prevents Neil Duff from moving top of the league standings and moves Jared Cole level on 8 points, moves him above Neil Duff onto 8 points. So it is, of course, Alexander Merkx who has the superior leg difference, and he is out in first place at the moment. And it's Alexander Merkx who's up next against Graham Hall. Merkx was the winner in this fixture yesterday. We spoke, didn't we, at the start of the show about what we learned from Merkx yesterday. Well, we're certainly about to learn a lot more about him after that dip in performance levels in his opening match of today. Graham Hall, well, he won't be thrilled with his finishing stats in his opening match of this morning's session. 12 darts missed at the outer ring in that one, but crucially, he got the points on the board to move him onto 4 points in the league table. So then, how will this one unfold? Guys, back over to you to find out.
Thank you very much, Abby. You get the sense already this is a big game for both players. Graham Hall, your sense, is going to have to win this game to stay in the race for first place, and to be in the race for third place, you've got to be in the race for first place at the minute. So it's crucial for his Group A and Group B hopes. It's Alexander Merkx, who lost out to Andreas Toft-Jørgensen in the opening game of the day. They'll be looking to bounce back. 28-year-old from the Netherlands.
First flag, it's Graham to throw first.
2 events on the WDF circuit in 2022. It was a below par performance from him in that
85.
opener. Be looking to bounce back here. Yeah, I think he's done that.
180.
Yeah, I'd go with that. That's really good. The trouble is, though, from here, there's only one way, and that's downhill. Once you hit a 180 first throw, it's very difficult to keep continuing to do that.
140.
But is this the game that's going to spark these two players into life this morning?
140.
Just to put it into context, in the first leg, he's had as many 140 plus throws and more 180 plus throws than he did in his opening game against Toft-Jørgensen.
105.
And he is on for an 11-dart breaker throw in the opener. And Graham Hall must be thinking, why me? Why now?
He has run into that a couple of times already this week with yesterday matches. Somebody playing that absolute
58. Graham, you require 140.
Well, this may have to go just for a hold of him 15. It won't, and so Merkx will return for the double 9 for 13. I wonder whether he's going to split here and go towards
55.
his favoured double 8.
You require 18.
That's exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah,
and that was exactly the right MO.
Alexander Merkx.
Because he takes the opening leg against the darts, and it just looks so controlled.
Second
from
leg,
first
it's
dart
Alexander
to last.
First. Game on.
very much so, and a great
100.
Great breaker throw to open proceedings. With that good start, he's nipping along
78.
nicely at the moment with 106 on the average stats, which isn't too shabby.
100.
There we go. We can get it up, Scott. 105.15 for Merkx.
$58.
You can see there by our average stats how quickly they can change.
97.
Throw by throw stats here at the MODUS Super Series. We have the technology.
55.
Everything here is state of the art.
Built for purpose as well.
100.
It's absolutely amazing. Lauco's behind the scenes here with commentary booths and boxes, and obviously the techie guys next door, they have
45.
screens all
Alexander
over the place,
Uruguay,
wires all
104.
over the place, computers, boxes, all for your entertainment to bring you
86.
the shots and the action.
And to bring you some brilliant darts, which is exactly what Alexander Merkx is bringing here. Again on double 9, I'm expecting him to do what he did last time,
Alexander
where he
Uruguay,
splits
18.
and goes for double 8.
2. Graham Uruguay, 139.
Not so successful on the split this time, but Hall now coming back for 139. It cannot be done. A wry smile on his face after dart 1 shows that it
59.
can't.
Alexander Uruguay, 16.
So back to his fave, double 8.
12.
Oh, is
Graham
the split
Uruguay,
now going to cost
80.
him? So Hall then looking for his first leg of this match. Treble 20. Single 20. With it not being in the way, double top.
40.
Crept his
Alexander
way up.
Uruguay, 4. Yeah, that's game short in the second leg.
Tends to happen
Alexander
in darts. If you let somebody have one dart at it, you then to return, and easiest thing to do is hit a double when
Third
somebody
leg,
else
it's
has
Graham
missed.
to throw first. Game on. $45.
Graham Hall is here as our ADC representative this week by being the best player
59.
in the Midlands rankings. And there is a whole host of routes to qualify for the Super Series, courtesy of the amateur darts circuit system. I know that in the southeast there's going to be a number of playoffs in
80.
the local area and competitions to decide places.
96.
And it is somewhere you want to come and throw. I went and had a little walk up on the stage there this morning when I arrived. I haven't done that yet. And I'd walked up there and had a throw, and it
100.
just gives you the feel of any big TV stage that I have ever encountered. I could see why
100.
the players that come from this MODUS Super Series are being successful elsewhere, because this is a great grounding for them. It really is. It shows you and gives you the feel of that big
134.
stage. And when you go on, you've got to be able to accept the big wide open spaces and these
140.
big throws
Graham Uruguay,
that we see on TV. It's
142.
an amazing setup here. And it's just going to benefit the players long term as well.
In the short term, Hall is going to benefit from a 142, which won't go. And so
90.
Merkx says
Alexander
106
Uruguay, 106.
for the double break and a 3-0 lead. He's going to get one dart at it at
90.
double 16, and there was
Graham
a wide
Uruguay,
smile on Graham Hall's
52.
face, almost an expectation now he was going to get it, but he gets the second bite at 52, tops for 2-1.
Yeah, that's game short.
He
in the
only
third
needed
leg.
the one.
Graham Hall.
And Graham Hall is back in the match.
Did that miss chance from Merkx just shock Hall into gear?
Forward leg is Alexander to throw first. Game on.
There's almost an expectation from Graham that when Merkx missed that,
60.
hit the treble, that he wasn't going to miss the double. And when it was missed, it was a case of, okay, I'm going to take this out now. Give you an opportunity. You're not going to get a second.
140.
Well, that's a good start to leg 4 for Graham Hall.
140.
And Merkx has gone back at you, babe. 140 return.
$95. 100.
And there would have been one or two question marks on Alexander before this game. Top of the table overnight on his debut day, really good start. The questions would have been how he's going to react on day two. Struggled in that
98.
opening game against Andreas Toft-Jørgensen, but has reacted expertly here.
He has, and the thing with that is, had he lost 4-0 in that opening game today, then there would have been more angst about what was going on with the group. But he managed to still pick up legs, even though he was playing badly, and he was grinding them out. Just like I said at the top of the show, that was what impressed me with him yesterday. And now he's not grinding this one out. He looks to be trying to blow this one away.
64.
But it's Graham Hall that has been shocked into action, like I said.
Mustering some brilliance. Well, double 19.
Yeah, that's game short in the fourth leg.
Well, you don't often see that route, but it works for Graham Hall, who ironically was struggling for one double yesterday, gets 2 in 2 darts.
Is this the way he's going to continue today? I mean,
game on.
You know, when you are struggling to hit a double and you do that and it just goes next door, the likelihood of you then hitting the next one, it's first dart or no dart, in my opinion. And on this occasion, it was first dart for Hall.
Well, he's one of the least used doubles on the dartboard, but he's improved
54.
his record on double 19 to 2 from 5.
To be fair, double 19 is one of my favourite doubles, not because I hit it lots, because it's one that I'm not scared of. I do like it, and I've had some amazing shots. I remember in the Lakeside final in 2015, I hit a 158, which turned the game, and double 19 has always been a friend ever since
100.
then.
That was a good year at the Lakeside. Some classic matches.
Don't remember it very much, but there we go. Yeah, no, obviously
140.
massive for me, and yeah, and probably the reason that I'm sat in this chair next to you, mate.
100. Graham,
You've got to talk the talk, though, as well as walk the walk.
Yeah, I've never had a problem talking. I think any of my friends are watching here. They can't believe you're actually getting a word in edgeways, and I'm letting you have a go. So you are under my control, H. You are
60.
under my control.
$59.
Well, Graham Hall really has turned the screw here. 81 after 12. And Alexander Merkx, who had that one dart for a 3-0 lead, could find himself behind if Graham Hall can take out this double 12. And now double 6. He has the luxury of time, but he's not waiting for time. He thought it was the match. He thought it was the match. He was shaking hands with Alexander Merkx. You've still got to win one more, Graham.
6 flaggers, Alexander.
Didn't look like Merkx found that very funny at all. It was a rather... Could that...
He thinks it's all over. It definitely isn't.
Absolutely. Pandemonium here at the MODUS Super
96.
Series. How is that now going to affect Hall? I know that I've done it. I actually did it at Super League the other night on Saturday
60.
night. I forgot it was best of 7. Our lad went 3-0 up, so I swapped all this chain to score on the top of the board, as you do. And I'm looking at them and they're staring at me. And I thought, oh, yeah. So I had to put it all
43.
back, change the score back on the top. But he did win 4-0, which was lucky. But they both saw the funny side.
91.
Mind you, after that 180, I was thinking, if Alexander hits a 9 after Graham tried to shake hands for the match, could you imagine the scenes?
Just as well he was stood too far away. You know, he couldn't actually reach hands. So,
170.
But 170 now for Merkx. He's obviously bossed this leg so far and continues to do so with Hall back on 278. I am wondering how this has affected him, and it looks to have done.
60. Alexander, you require 36.
What a bizarre few minutes.
20.
It's okay, leaves himself on double 8 after 15. And it will psychologically affect you because you think the game's over, the game's won, and then when you realise that
Alexander
those picked up emotions have then
16.
got to come back and be
That's game short and a
reined
6
in.
leg.
That's hard to
Alexander
do,
Merkx.
but Graham Hall does have the darts in what is definitely going to be the last leg of the match. They will be able to shake hands after this one's done. Graham Hall will be hoping that he'll be shaking hands as the victor.
It's more that when you get home, your mates will actually rib you about it. I think is more that gets you.
60.
Yeah, I'm sure that he'll be reminded of that within coming days, if not coming minutes, when he gets back in the players' room.
45.
There has been a lot of banter in that practice room over the last couple of days, so no doubt will that be mentioned at some point.
Yeah, I mean, I think when we left yesterday, Neil Duff was saying what a great bunch of lads it is to have in the same room, and I mentioned top of the show, it's not the biggest of practice rooms. You know, you can't get away from each other. It's, you know, it's big enough, but it's you know, compact enough as well. So, you know, they'll know a lot more about each other by the end of this week.
You may know a lot about the league table for the end of this leg.
180.
And this may be good news for Jared and Neil.
59.
Because Graham Hall has turned the screw in this leg, has found a timely maximum, and has 6 darts for the match.
44. 100.
Bad move there from Hall to leave 162. But he now needs a treble visit. It has to be a treble visit. And he's made that. Need to have a little think now. 82 left. Is he going ball?
130.
And what a bullseye that is.
What a response from Graham Hall in this
60.
final leg.
Graham, you require 32.
To start his day with 2 victories.
No rhythm in this throw. Thrown as
16.
3 individual
Alexander,
darts.
you require 140.
Not how he would usually throw. Can Merkx spoil the party? He is looking like he will. He's gone treble 16, double 16, and he's missed his favourite double 16. The second time in this
Graham, you
match.
require
Now,
16.
it's been a reprieve for Hall. Can he take advantage of it? Not thus far.
Game,
He does in the end.
And a match.
And that's
Graham
confidence
Hall.
building for Hall now for the rest of the day.
He thought it was all over in leg 5. It is now, as Graham Hall runs out a 4-3 victor against Alexander Merkx with an 83.13 average. 2 maximums apiece in that particular match, 4 out of 11 on the doubles. But interestingly, in terms of this group, Alexander Merkx has lost both of his first games of the day. Graham Hall has won both his opening games of the day, and he puts himself back in the picture in terms of being in around that top of the table tussle to try and qualify for Saturday night. 2 big matches coming up. After this short break, we're going to see Neil Duff in action as he takes on Andreas Toft-Jørgensen.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Well, we mentioned that Tuesday is moving day in Group A, and it's certainly Graham Hall who's making a bit of a mark in this group on day 2. That's his second victory recorded of this session, a 4-3 win for him over Alexander Merkx in that one. Of course, Graham Hall was the favourite, the outright favourite to come through this group with the bookies before a dart had been thrown at 4-1. He had a bit of a disappointing day yesterday, certainly on the outer ring, but he's certainly growing in confidence with that 83 average and 4 out of 11 on the outer ring in that one. Merkx looked in control early on in that match, didn't he? But Hall did really well to haul his way back into that one and looked a lot more convincing on the outer ring throughout that match. Of course, that second win of the day does move him onto 6 points in the league table, so that keeps him well in contention. As you can see, the 3 players above him all on 8, so that gap has really been closed with those 2 victories for Graham Hall, and other results of course going his way early on this session as well. Next up we have Andreas Toft-Jørgensen, who is currently sat bottom of the leaderboard. He's up against Neil Duff in this one. Toft-Jørgensen did survive a match start in his opening match of the day, but he survived that and then went on to pin that same double himself to get over the line. As we can see here, he pins that double 18 to get that all-important second win in Group A. As for Neil Duff, well, certainly performed well in his opening match of the day, didn't he? Just going down 4-3 to Jared Cole in that one. But he also produced some real quality in this particular fixture yesterday. Here he is taking out the 107 on his way to a convincing win in that fixture. What will this one throw up for us? Let's find out and hand back over to our commentary team.
Thank you very much, Abby. Well, this is getting more and more interesting by the game. Scott and I were looking through the next couple of fixtures, and a win here for Andreas in this one, coupled up with a Keelan Kay victory against Jared Cole in our next game, would see all 6 players in this group separated by a measly sum of 2 points. This is getting good, Scotty.
Well, it's a definite different outlook to what we had overnight, and it just goes to show that we know and we predicted that this was going to be a tight group at the very start, and it's seeming nobody's running away with it. It's just getting tighter and tighter. It will still be anybody's game, depending on these next couple of results.
Is Andreas who
97.
has the darts in this particular matchup, as Avi spoke about at the top of this game. Andreas
100.
in this fixture yesterday against Neil. Lost out by 4 legs to 2. An 86.85 average for the Duff man, twinned with a 107 checkout.
140.
But we mentioned early on that Andreas just looks a little bit more settled on the stage today than he was at times yesterday.
The Duff man is looking to right the wrongs of game 3 against Jared Cole. And he looks to have opened up the better
56.
thus far.
Neil, you require 121.
Well, he sent out a declaration to Andreas
105.
that he does
Andreas,
not fancy him for this finish by going 25 first, and he was correct in that thinking. Neil Duff
60.
getting predictions right.
Neil, you require 60.
Feels like April all over again.
Yeah,
It
that's
feels like
April
April all over again because he's playing some stupendous darts as well. He leads 1-0 with a break of throw.
Second leg gets Neil to throw first. Game on.
115 average for that first leg for Neil Duff.
85. 100.
Neil Duff's best average here is 102.96.
100.
Highest average of anyone in this group all time here at the Super Series is Graham Hall
81.
with 110.5. Couple of 109s, one by Jared, one by Keelan. And of course, a smaller sample size for Andreas and Alexander.
125.
Jared and Keelan were the two that got the day off to it started
55.
to play, didn't it? Yesterday, it was very nip and tuck and very cagey until that Keelan Kay and Jared Cole game yesterday, and
83.
they just opened up through with no fear. 290 plus averages.
95.
Seemed to spark the rest of the field. Watching in the players' room.
94. Andreas, you require 170.
Well, there should be some way to break back, but the big fish won't go, and so Duff returns for double 7.
46.
To open up a 2-0 lead, and he just looks so in control today. I know he lost that first game to Jared Cole, but that was a really good encounter. And Neil Duff is playing some excellent stuff here on Tuesday at the Super Series, leading Andreas by
first. Game on.
2 legs to 0. We had a little chat, didn't we, with the players in the practice room this morning, Scott, and you got a real relaxed sense, didn't you? A real good vibe
60.
from the players. And I spoke to Neil Duff before the first game, and sometimes you can tell, can't you, with people when they're tuned in and they're
60.
They're there and they're mentally feeling at the top of their game, and you just got that sense from Neil this morning.
Yes, you did. I think he was quite happy
100.
with coming out with 8 points yesterday after the way he played. I think he was a touch disappointed with how he played, but he was relieved to be still there at the top with it all to play for still. So he's come in with a different attitude this morning. He looks a much more positive player, and this is showing in his scoring once again.
180.
Averaging just under 106.
81. Neil, you require 161.
Andreas is wondering what he's walked into here. What he's walked into is a very
55.
determined
Andreas, you require 120.
Neil Duff to make a move on day 2 to try and boss this group.
65. Neil, you require 106.
Not phased by the bounce that one bit. Pinning the ball of his last start to leave him on 55 to pile the pressure on this 106. And Toft-Jørgensen is going to get a go. A wide smile from the face of the Duff man.
66. Andreas, you require 55.
And these can be changing darts for any game. He has to hit 10s.
45. Neil,
missed
you
it
require
again.
40.
But you hit a leg like that and you steal a leg like that, and all of a sudden the confidence comes flying back and you're in with 140s, but Duff is chasing round the board, and that last one is a long way away. And Toft-Jørgensen get a chance here that I don't believe he thought he would get.
He doesn't take advantage of it.
6. Neil, you
Inadvertently,
require
the bad
40.
miss on the single 12 may actually come to help Neil Duff, because it means he gets to go back to tops.
Yeah, that's
Richie
game shot
begs,
and a
Richie
bird
pins,
back. Neil
and he
Duff.
opens up a 3-0 lead.
Forward lag, it's Neil to throw first.
And in
Game
next to
on.
no time at all. In the space of 6 minutes, he's averaging 2 minutes a leg here,
100.
which is very quick in this format.
It's very Ricky Evans style.
180.
Seems like Andreas is now throwing with a bit of freedom. Pops in a 180.
93.
Basically has turned the throw with one visit. But you have to back
60.
the 180 up. I was saying it all day yesterday. 2 140s is now better than a 180 60.
98. 85.
So Duff has 6 starts to seal a 4-0 win. Not just the points that are important, but the legs difference as well. If he can get this done 4-0, he'll go on to +8. He's currently level on legs difference with Jared Cole.
Neil, you require 115.
He'll go above Alexander Merkx by the solitary leg. If he can get this 115, goes bullseye first.
$75.
Always a risk going that way,
76.
but he's tidied it up. Toft-Jørgensen's going back for 76.
56.
First
Neil, you
start
require
there
40.
on the top hole was in the way. It's Duff now for a 4-0 win. You'd say that's perfect, wouldn't you? You'd say that's too perfect, wouldn't you?
No score.
And you can see what Neil Duff thought of that by the look on his
Andreas, you
face.
require 20.
The picture painted 1,000 words.
Yeah, that's game short in the forward leg.
And that
Andreas
picture there
Toft-Jørgensen.
tells you that Toft-Jørgensen has won the leg.
And once again, as I said
Fifth
earlier,
leg, it's
once one
Andreas
player
to throw
misses,
first.
it's very easy to
Game
go
on.
and hit the double second. But you've got to risk that player missing first.
You don't want to take risks against the
91.
world champion missing doubles. Neither one of the top players from the Baltic region.
Yeah, the man helping Andreas out has 2 other players as well. He has Darius Labanauskas and Madas Razmar, who is absolutely flying at the minute in the PDC ranks.
80.
Having his best year since he's been over, I believe.
Making huge inroads in the PDC Pro Tour. Made some semi-finals and finals in recent times.
140.
And talking about great darting talents heading over to the Super Series, we just caught a glimpse of Marco Meyer.
55.
Massive addition to the Super Series, I believe, Marco. I was a campaigner trying to get him involved with the BDO stuff back in the day because we had lots of Dutch players and we never had, at that point, a Dutch referee that was at
94.
Lakeside, and I just thought it was a natural thing. So I campaigned with Mr. Fitzmaurice at the time that we needed somebody like Marco in.
140.
And fair play to him. In came Marco. I think he's done 9 Lakesides now.
Something like that, yes. And Neil Duff is on
41.
the verge of
Neil, you
a
require
4-1
65.
victory to become the first player onto 10 points in
Game,
this
shots,
group.
and the match,
And it is
Neil
double
Duff.
digits for Duff. He recovers from that 4-3 defeat to Jared Cole to beat Andreas Toft-Jørgensen by 4 legs to 1. And the WDF World Champion is proving to be the player to beat in this tightly congested Group A. An average of 91.3, 1 maximum in the match, 4 from 12 on the doubles, and a high checkout of 65 for the Duff man. We're going to take a short break. When we return, Scott Mitchell's going to give us some analysis on the balcony of Abigail Davis. Then we're going to see Keelan Kay in action up against Jared Cole.
So then, Neil Duff has become the first player in Group A to move on to 10 points in the league standings. But Scott Mitchell, you can see the stats from that one. Another really convincing display from Duff in there, and another average north of 90 in that match. Superb stuff from Neil there yet again. But the league standings are incredibly tight as we stand. Do you see possibly Neil Duff being the player to pull away at the top?
Well, although he lost his first game 4-3, he really looks confident this morning. He looks to have settled in, got used to surroundings, and he looks like he's going to make his move today.
And do you think there will be, you can see the league table there, Graham Hall has put in some good performances. His finishing has left a bit to be desired, I think it's fair to say, over the course of yesterday and leading into today. But Jared Cole is one to pick up on. If he wins this one, he goes level with Neil Duff. Do you see it being a 2-horse race for top spot?
I think it's going to be a 3-horse race with one missing out, and I do believe that Jared Cole's going to be in that. Alexander would have been disappointed losing that first game this morning to the bottom of the group, so he's had some character building to do, and he's got some more to come, I'm sure.
Yeah, he has, but the way he responded in terms of his performance, of course, going on to lose that second game, but the way he responded, there was a 14-dart leg to kick things off in that second match. We learned a lot from that because he could have buckled in that second match. He didn't. He still carried on fighting and really upped his level. He
did actually up his level because he lost that first game disappointingly with a low average. So he's now feeling that he's back in the race with that win, the second win, and I think he'll be okay. He's going to be right there. It's going to be a 3-way. I'm sure it's going to be a 3-horse race. And
Jared Cole against Keelan Kay is our next matchup. This was really the one that sparked yesterday's session into life, wasn't it?
And it's super powerful for me, being a former England captain. Both these guys were playing as part of the England youth in the time that I was captain, and it shows that England darts are bringing these guys through. They've played each other so many times. There's no airs and graces. They just get on with it.
Yeah, he won this one yesterday, Jared Cole, but it was a superb performance as well from Keelan in this match, even though he went down 4-1 in it. For Keelan, do you think the battle now is just trying to push on and get a place in Group B and maybe perform more consistently?
I don't think he'll be thinking about that at all. Knowing Keelan like I do, he'll just be thinking one game at a time, and wherever it takes him, it takes him.
Right then, one game at a time. This next one, if it lives up to yesterday's standard, should be a belter. Henry, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yes, this was the game yesterday that lit up the blue touch paper for our session. Jared Cole up against Keelan Kay. What is round two going to provide between these two precocious young talents? It's a crucial game for both. For the same reason, Keelan Kay can get himself on to 6 points and really put himself back into the equation if he can get victory here against the 22-year-old. For Jared, he can go level on points with Neil Duff at the top on 10 if he can complete victory here. We're heading towards the middle part of the day, and you get the sense there's some crucial matches to come. So do stick with us as we head towards the lunchtime hour, because the tension is only going to ramp up here on Tungsten Tuesday at the Super Series.
First luck, it's Keelan to throw first. Game on.
Yesterday's encounter was enthralling. It was the game that really did set the day
44.
up. Jared Cole, victor by 4 legs to 1 with a 94.13 average. Keelan Kay averaging 94.81 in defeats, and that included the highlight 129 finish yesterday, or as 96. We like to call it now, the 129 in game.
$140.
And the pair starting off like they left off yesterday.
58. $119.
The pair nice and colour coordinated on the stage as well.
95. Jared, you require
like a home and away strip.
145.
Jared first to the finish.
93.
And even 52 after 12. Good start for him.
44. Jared, you require 52.
You just get the sense that him and Neil Duff will be making the run to the line alongside Alexander Merkx, and every single game,
36.
every single moment becomes even more vital from this point onwards. And Those two missed darts at double. Could be huge if Kay could have taken out the 164, but Cole
41.
returns for the double
Geometry
eight
requires 16.
for an opening leg break.
Yeah,
So
that's game
Cole,
short in the first leg.
one dart there.
Jared Cole.
Takes the leg in 16. Kay
Second
here
leg
needs to
is
find
Jared
his
to throw
scoring
first.
boots.
Game on.
These two were the game of the day for me yesterday.
30.
There was no fear of each other. As I said to Abby, proud of these two.
140.
To have been a little part of being their England captain.
140.
I keep forgetting to talk. I just want to watch them.
140.
And beyond the brilliant darts players they are, two of the nicest young men you will meet anywhere, not just in the
99.
darting circuit, but just in life in general.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, indeed. And they're good
81.
buddies here too, sat out the back there next to each other in the players' room. It's just, it's great to see. It's great to see them here.
125.
When I see these
Keelan
two, I
Kay,
also think of
140.
Jack Vincent as well. He was one of the crew that was with them as well.
130.
Oh, Keelan, almost.
107.
Jack
51.
Vincent from the
Keelan,
same neck of the woods as
10.
Jared, in fact. Well, this double five for
That's game
13.
short in the second leg. Keelan Kay.
And it's almost as if Keelan is finding his best stuff here against the King of the Castle this week.
Third leg, it's Keelan to throw first. Game on.
Indeed, he is. Another one of my England days around this time. Daniel Perry, another
24.
Dorset boy. Daniel's on the development tour at the minute.
60.
Daniel was the youth captain back in Turkey World Cup. And I was the men's captain.
140.
I don't think that'll probably ever be repeated for Dorset again. It's a moment that we're both very proud of. I'm sure our county were very proud to have the two England captains at a World Cup at once. But these guys play a big part
58.
in coming through the England youth setup. And now they find themselves on the big stage here at the MODUS Series.
96.
I wish I could show you the smile on Scott's face watching this game and the pride he has seeing these
43.
two go at it on the big stage in front of the TV cameras and throwing some pretty good stuff.
180.
Absolutely. When you've experienced some of the stuff that we have together as a team, you know, they always feel like they're my boys still.
95. Jared requires 68.
The boys are doing all right. Double 16.
Yeah, that's game short.
For
in
yet
the
another
third leg.
break. It's a break
Jared Cole.
cathlon here at the Super Series. Jared Cole leading 2-1. He'll be hoping that the tail
Forward
of
leg
breaks
is Jared to
ends
throw
here.
first.
He hopes to
Game
break
on.
the break chain in leg 4.
$27.
Jared's opening throw has given Keelan everything he needs to start the break back again.
So if 26 is bed and breakfast, is 27 Airbnb?
67.
Yeah. Well, I suppose that'd be the new thing for it, wouldn't it?
$44.
Was it 2 and 6 they used to say was the dog license? Yeah, I think there was one. There was one. I can't remember
45.
whether 2 and 6 is right, but yeah, there was a score that everybody used to say, "Oh yeah, there's the dog license."
I'll be honest, that's completely lost on me.
140.
Well, we don't have to have a license now, do you? So that's why. But yeah, back in the day, like you have to have a rod license for a fishing rod. If you own a fishing rod, you've got to have a license.
140.
Well, this is the more iPhone and Snapchat generational battle here.
85.
And there is no filters. It's unfiltered quality. And sometimes it is a case of styles make matches, and these two match up really well. And both times we've seen these two play each other, we've seen some brilliant stuff. Case in point.
165.
To leave himself on tops to get the first hold of the game unless Keelan Kay can take out this 109.
If I know Keelan, that's what he's planning. 57 needed, double 16.
77. Jared to require 40.
That would have been a massive break back.
Yeah, that's game short on the fourth.
Just as before, once one misses, the easiest thing to do is go and hit that double top.
And Cole takes full advantage. He takes full command of this game. Leading 3-1. And Keelan Kay has to win the lot from here. That's a good way to go about it, though.
Give himself the little G up and the come on before he threw. And that's exactly what he did.
57. 85. 95.
The little alerts there. Saw that one go over and lateral drift into the fives.
57.
Just a bit of shoulder on that last release from Jared.
There was. He's now sorted that problem out. Look how rock steady he is now. Oh, a little lurch on the last one. Keelan really needs to turn the corner here. He's gone the right way, getting the 9 off. Could do with that treble 20.
59.
He hasn't hit it. Similar stuff from Jared.
120.
Just closing the gap. There's more pressure on Keelan now. That's a tough dart, as we saw from the eyebrow raise. It made it very difficult.
60. Jared to require 150.
19's route. Oh,
130.
tidy.
Keelan, you require 60.
So, Kay will get the first chance at the double.
Yeah, that's game short in the fifth flag. Keelan Kay.
Superb.
And so Jared Cole has the darts
Sixth
here
to
seal a 4-2 victory to get his day off to the perfect start. It would be 2 wins from 2. A 57 to start for Cole, leading this game by 3 legs to 2, having the advantage of throwing first
58.
in the 6th. And so Kay responding with a 58. So after the first throw, it's 4-4-4, playing 4-4-3.
140.
Jared Cole running a tidy average of 94 here for his 3-2 lead.
80.
Keelan Kay almost 10 points behind in the averages, but he's still there in the match.
What a run to the line this is becoming.
80.
It's fabulous darts from Jared.
Jared should require 124. 56.
So Jared Cole on a 68 that he's already taken out in this match.
80. Jared should require 68.
Keelan looks a resigned figure. And it's double 4 for Cole, double 2.
66.
Left on Madhouse.
With Kay not on a finish now. There's nothing more he could have done there because he couldn't bust it because he would have gone all the way back to 68 again. It was one of those conundrum moments for Cole. And talking about conundrums, Keelan Kay having some thinking to do here. And so Cole returns for the madhouse, for the match. And the king of the castle reigns again against the lord of the board. Jared Cole moves himself now onto 10 points, level with Neil Duff at the summit of the Group A table with a 94.52 average, 2 180s to his name, 4 out of 8 on the doubles, and a high checkout of 68. So it's getting very, very interesting now, and we're going to see how the Duff man responds after the break because he's in action against Graham Hall, who's won 2 from 2 today.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Jared Cole has become the second player to move on to 10 points in the Group A table. That coming after a 4-2 victory in his last match over Keelan Kay. It was another decent performance from both players in that one, wasn't it? A 13-dart leg in there from Keelan Kay, but it always seemed like the game was in Jared Cole's hands. Both impressive at the back end of legs, but it was Jared Cole who scored the heavier, and as you can see, over 12 points difference in the averages, but both 50% on the outer ring. Really impressive finishing from both players in that match. And it is, as I mentioned, Jared Cole who moves on to 10 points in the league standings. We can take a look at that now. And of course, Neil Duff is the other player who is on 10 points. He has the opportunity to pull away yet again if he's to win the next match we've got coming up for you. Alexander Merkx on 8 points currently, but it is Neil Duff against Graham Hall up next for you. Graham Hall, as we mentioned earlier, some real good mental strength for him to be able to get those 2 wins early on in today's session, given his troubles on the doubles so far in Group A. He has had some some real trouble on the outer ring. As for Neil Duff, he's probably been one of the standout performers, hasn't he? Performing consistently to a really high level throughout yesterday and today's action. And of course, Graham Hall knows that he won't be afforded too many darts at double in this match because of the clinical edge that Neil Duff has at the moment. So as we can see, Graham Hall there getting over the line against Alexander Merkx. A 4-3 victory for him in that one. And Neil Duff in this fixture yesterday getting the better of Graham Hall. That was to complete a 14-dart leg to get over the line in that one. Right then, let's get into this one and hand back over to Scott and Henry.
Thank you very much, Abby. And so the to and fro tussle between Messrs. Duff and Cole continues, and this time it is up to the Duff man to assert his authority again, to put himself outright top again if he can get victory against Graham Hall. However, the G-man has won both of his games to start the day off, getting the better of Alexander Merkx in his previous game by 4 legs to 3, following an opening game success 4-2 against Keelan Kay. I wonder what is going to happen here. This is the type of game that in a race for top place could be the one that changes everything, as you have the informed man in the middle of the table going against the player towing for top spot.
First leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on. $55.
Neil Duff lost out 4-3 to Jared Cole in his opener, before then defeating Andreas Toft-Jørgensen by 4 legs to 1 in his
100.
second match. That's what put him on to 10 points after 7 matches. 5-1, 2 lost for both him and the king of the castle, Alexander Merkx, back on 8. And Graham Hall
58.
can join him on that number if he can get victory against the reigning WDF world champion.
85.
Cagey start from the two players in this one.
99.
That's a wayward dart indeed from Mr. Duff. As we've said, if Graham Hall can manage to somehow find some doubles and win this game,
42.
he puts himself back into the mix for who leaves as part of the top 2 from this group.
40.
Group A.
$58.
So Graham first to finish on 104.
Graham, you require 104.
Duff back on 88. This is for a opening leg breaker throw. 4 for tops.
64.
1-0 leads, but Duff is going to return for 88.
And will he take his chance to hold his throw? Oh, it's a poor dart. He got a little greedy
73.
there.
Graham, you require 40.
And then went for the 25 to leave himself a double and hits the bullseye. This has to go, you feel.
Yeah, that's been short in the first leg. Graham Hall.
To break a throw early doors. Duff started this game very slow.
Second leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
A couple of non-treble visits there have cost him. Hall's problem today is that first dart. He is generally, low on that treble 20. Because he's not the tallest of men. He's not the shortest, but he's not the tallest.
45.
It does cause him a problem when having to go back to that treble 20 bed, and we've just seen him have to switch out to the 18s, and that's a better dart from Graham Hall. He can work with that from there.
140.
And as we see, a 140.
A lot of Graham Hall's visits depends sometimes on how that first dart goes in.
58.
Tough man yet to get going in this one. He may find himself 2 legs down.
98.
Very, very quickly.
Counting of players these days has become better and better.
180.
Good 180 there from Duff, but leaving finishes, it's something that the kind of Dutch mastered. The British were sort of set in their ways, and 70 was always treble 10, double top, and now we've got varying other ways to go for varying shots, and it's all been brought in by quick thinking from probably the more foreign players.
45. Graham, you require 79.
So for 2-0. Back up for tops again.
59.
But that one drags low, and as we said, sometimes the way Graham releases the darts, it can tend to see 1 or 2 just drag a little bit low.
137.
Super pick up there from Neil Duff to put this 20 for Graham Hall right under pressure. I think you could see the look in his face that was never going to go.
Neil Duff has forced Hall's hand.
27.
But he cannot take advantage, and you can hear what he makes of that.
10.
So Hall then needs to gather his thoughts here. And you could just see the look on his face that he was much more equipped mentally that time to hit that double 5.
Third leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
So Duff finds himself 2 zip down. But nobody panics just yet.
85.
Hold his throw here. Give himself a chance to break. And we're back to 2-2. Score looks worse when you've been broken. There's sometimes even... When you look at the Pro Tours, you see a 6-3 result or whatever, and the averages are very similar, and the game looks an easy game for the winner, but it hasn't been. It's just been one breaker throw, and your opponent has thrown second.
59.
So you've got to be careful of how you see the scores, and you learn to work that out in your head as a player. Sometimes you can be sat there at 2-0 down, but then you've got the throw to go 2-1, and you don't think anything of it.
What you see in the flesh and what you see on paper, even though it's the same thing, cannot be more conflicting.
180.
That's Neil Duff's second of the game. And it's put him in a position where he should be favourite for the leg. I say he should be favourite for the leg.
140.
How about that for a riposte?
Indeed. Duff's back in again. That one was a little loose.
81. Graham Uricor.
Great action shots there from the side to throw the players through. Our production team once again doing a fabulous job. Needs to hit that treble 20.
Neil Uricor, 96.
64 is one of those sticky ones where you're only going to get 1 dart if you get back. He is going to get back. Shake of the head 56. From Duff.
Graham requires 64.
Just let Hall know that he will be back. It'll be treble 16, treble 8 area with the first dart. Will he stay there? Looks like he's staying for single. Oh, it's 8 for double top.
Yeah, that's game
And
short.
he's nailed it. He goes 3-0 up.
And all Neil Duff can do is smile.
Forward lag, it's Graham the throw first. Game on.
Big moments coming up here because Graham Hall can go within 2 of the leaders if he can win this leg. Neil Duff's advantage he'd have in the table would be seized.
123.
Shake ahead from Duff there. Even though he lost one of his first games today, he looked a lot more confident today than he did yesterday.
95.
If Graham Hall wins this game, it suddenly makes game 11 between Hall and Cole very, very interesting. There's a period and a passage of play between 9, 10 and 11 where 100. Cole takes on Toft-Jørgensen, Merkx takes on Duff, and Hall takes on Cole, which could dictate a lot of the matters when it comes to how we're going to view 100. The league table at the end of the day.
For a player that only started the day on 4 points, that is always going to be the way. He is going to have to beat the top ones in the group to get himself back within it. It's okay beating those ones around you, but you don't generally go up through the group. And he really needs to turn the guys over today, and he's doing a good job here.
98.
With Neil Duff. He just got to the top of the group again, feeling happy after a loss. And now he's walked back into Graham Hall. He's not really pulling up any trees in the averages front, but he's doing what he needs to do to win games, which is why we keep telling the kids, averages are great, but winning is better.
100. Graham, you require 100.
And you can't get better than a 4-0 win. Tops. So to stay 60. In the game, Neil Duff wants 108.
108.
He goes the 20 routes for this. Now he'll come back down the side, and it's Tops to save himself.
Yeah, that's game short.
Saved himself, he did.
Neil Duff.
And that is the sort of darts that a player of his esteem produced. But his back was against the wall. With match darts against him, he pulls out a 108 for 15 darter to keep his hopes alive. And as you mentioned, doesn't
60.
Always have to be pretty on the averages to get a win. Averages don't always mean everything. In football, you could score a 40-yard worldie and still come off on the other end of a drubbing, and it means nothing at all.
140.
It's all about getting the job done in this middle segment of the day.
Good start to the leg from Graham Hall there.
140.
He's absolutely kick-started Neil Duff into life. He responds with the 140. There's that dart that's below 42. That treble 20, causing Hall all the problems again.
$100.
And suddenly this game is seesawing into Duff's favour.
97.
Big 57 that from Hall. Once you get 3-0 up, you want to get the job done as quickly as you can, and as the 55. Opponent starts clawing you back, the doubts come into the back of your mind. And that is a big all. We saw his face there. 197 left, sir.
45. Neil, you require 146.
So Duff with the 146. Again, now he's caused himself a problem by the low dart. Has come out.
134.
And come out very successfully indeed.
What a resurgence this is becoming. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. And now this double 6 has got to go. And that's not the nicest lie with the first dart. That's a perfect second. And Graham Hall here has the throw for the match for 4-2. But he knows that the Duff man is making quite the gallop behind him.
That was super adjustment from the WDF World Champion there. He really knew everything was on the line there.
139.
He was staring, losing in the face with one dart in his hand. And dodged another bullet.
141.
Responds superbly to the 139 opener from Graham Hall. That's the dart. This is where his averages have come from. Getting that first dart right. And when he gets that first dart right, he generally gets the two somewhere near that come in behind. And on that occasion,
60.
He got them both right and put the pressure straight back onto Duff.
6 darts for the match. And after Duff came herring back at him,
96.
Graham Hall has just found a brilliant leg at a perfect time. And all Duff can do is try and put all 3 together in the same bed.
140.
140 leaves him on a finish,
86.
but Graham Hall here, 86. To continue his perfect day thus far. 88.
70. Neil, you require 160.
The outer ring once again eludes Hall. He couldn't, could he? Oh, a bad deflection
140.
there.
Graham, you require 16.
But what a leg this is. Look at these players on doubles after 12 and already had darts at the double from Hall.
Game, shot,
and secures a 4-2 win. And once again opens the Group A right up.
Indeed it does. Graham Hall with an average of 89.57, one maximum to his name, 4 out of 13 on the doubles and a 64 high out, gets the better of the Duff man by 4 legs to 2. And there is yet another plot twist here in Group A. Graham Hall is making a run. He's trying to become a contender to win the group. 3 wins from 3 to start his day. He's most certainly given himself the best possible opportunity. After the break, we're going to see Alexander Merkx. He's looking for his first victory of the day. It would put him on to 10 points alongside Duff and Cole if he can get the better of Keelan Kay after this short break.
Well, Graham Hall is certainly making his move on day 2 in Group A, isn't he? That's now his 3rd win in 3 matches on day 2. A 4-2 victory over the in-form man in this group coming into this match. As you can see, both players averaging roughly the same in that one. Graham Hall, certainly in the early stages of that match, didn't really need to do anything spectacular to race out into a lead in the match. This time, of course, getting the better. 4 out of 13 on the outer ring. He looked more confident on the doubles, though, than he has in previous matches. You can see he's starting to grow in confidence, and he was, of course, the favourite to win this group heading into the Group A this week. But of course, he has left himself quite a bit to do. You can see he's making his move on 8 points, and it is still certainly possible for him to qualify via Group A. It was looking unlikely at the end of play yesterday, but he certainly put himself in contention with the way that he is playing so far today. It was a frustrating match, wasn't it, for Neil Duff, audibly and visibly frustrated with the way that he played. He did get himself back into that match with that 108 checkout, but Graham Hall was able to do enough to get over the line in the end in that match. Next up, we've got Alexander Merkx against Keelan Kay. Keelan Kay losing both of his matches so far today by the same scoreline, 4-2. He's lost both of those, but again, producing some really lovely darts in his last match. A 13-dart leg from Kay in that defeat to Jared Cole, but it was another defeat to Cole, a 4K in that one. Alexander Merkx has also lost both of his opening matches by the same scoreline today. 4-3, he's gone down in both of his matches so far today. He did win when these two players met yesterday, though. It was a 4-1 victory for him in that match. Here we can see him getting over the line in this particular fixture. Who will have the upper hand in this one then? Can Alexander Merkx get back to winning ways and make himself a contender once more for qualification from Group A? Let's find out, guys. Back over to you.
Thank you very much, Abby. You'll be hoping that is not second day blues. Alexander the Great, he's looking to get his first win of the day against Keelan Kay. Both players yet to taste victory on Tuesday at the Super Series. But Alexander Merkx, the 28-year-old, the winner of 2 WDF Open events in 2022, up against the Lord of the Board, a 2-time PDC Development Tour winner, is the 20-year-old Keelan Kay.
Game on.
And it is Alexander Merkx with the darts in this one.
96.
Indeed, and he's looking to want to get on with the job.
83.
Keelan's played most of his darts in Devon, the Devon County, but recently moved over the border into Cornwall. Say recently, probably 18 months ago, somewhere around there, I think.
85. 117.
Alexander Merkx making most use of the board there to leave 148 after 9.
58. Alexander, you require 148. 40. 95. Alexander, you require 108.
Now says he went. He's got the luxury of time.
92.
Keelan back on 118. He leaves himself on double 8 after 15, which has been a much happier hunting ground for him
81.
today than anywhere else on the board.
Requires 16.
And so this a 1-0.
Yeah, that's game
and
short in the
1-0
first
it
leg.
is
Alexander
to the
Merkx.
Dutchman, needing Keelan Kay by a leg to 0. Steady
Second
16
leg, it's
darter
Keelan
there as
throw
well in the
first.
process.
Game on.
We have seen Alexander do this today and
96.
fizzle out a little towards the end of the game. He'll be hoping that he can continue this.
135.
And so far the scores show that he is.
I think Alexander will be feeling a case of urgency in this game in terms of feeling he may have to get the win in this one to stay in the race.
140.
Yeah, I think the way that he's playing, it does feel like that. It feels like he's trying to assert himself on the game. And being fairly quick, he's being out of Keelan's way and allowing Keelan concentrate on his game. So
99.
Keelan would dearly love another 140 here to leave him on 36. Problem dart again.
96.
Alexander today.
127.
Whether it's tired darts or... Oh, here we go. Double 8.
111.
Misses by a cat's
80.
whisker. He needs to hit this to stay in the game. Otherwise, it will quickly leave him.
Yeah, that's game shot in the second leg. Keelan Kay.
I'm sure his mum and dad may be watching or even recording this, Mark and Debs. They'll be home.
Third leg is Alexander to throw
this evening.
first.
I've given this a good look, I'm sure, if they're out working today.
60.
And you see what one leg does. It slowed that scoring down of Alexander Merkx for a throw.
180.
Keelan's scoring throw, a massive amount.
We spoke yesterday, didn't we, with Keelan? The first start was really good when he was set, and the second and third were the ones that were trouble. But he just looks, the action just looks so much smoother today, and you can see it in the scoring visits here.
Fluent, more fluidity to it today. But again, yesterday it was sort of tense, nervous headache. Yesterday, everybody's finding their feet. Today, they know what it's all about, and they're just getting on with it.
97. $59. Keelan Unicorn 90.
Double 15.
Yeah,
and this is an excellent performance for Keelan Kay. That's a breaker throw in 2-1. And he's averaging just under 103 here as we have a look back at this 90.
Keelan the throw first. Game on.
Merkx isn't messing around here. He's on 100. High quality affair going
54.
down here.
Yeah, let's have a look at the averages if we can. 100.88 for Merkx, 99.41 for Kay. There we go, right on cue. 96.7 for Merkx, 95.62 for Kay. Of course, we put the curse on it as soon as we put the averages up.
Yes, yeah, we start
60.
getting troublous visits. Still mid-90s, very good. Take the averages down. Here come the treble 20s again.
140.
Yeah, maybe we should just keep the averages down, mate. You know what I mean? Let's not ask for them anymore. They seem to prefer when they're not up.
83.
We don't need stats, and we can just marvel at the quality of this contest.
80.
Loose one there from Merkx in an attempt to break back, but he
Keelan
recovers it with that last
146.
one. So Keelan 146. Oh, just a touch of lateral drift there, but he still tidied that very
88.
nicely.
Alexander Unicorn 98.
Double 19. No, he's
66.
Once
Keelan
again.
Unicorn 58.
Split it. It's 58 for Kay.
Yeah,
And
that's
it's
game
two
shot in the
darts.
fourth leg. Keelan Kay.
Super darts from Kay. We're now starting to see him perform. He's now
Fifth
starting
leg
to
is
settle.
Alexander to throw first. Game on.
That is now 0 from 12 today on double 16 for Alexander Merkx. The double that was so kind to him yesterday as he got to 8 points has been a cruel mistress for him today.
58.
We do say no day is the same. But today that is proving to be the point for Alexander Merkx on double 16. Keelan Kay has got to stop that.
93.
Low dart on the treble 20. He needs to consciously throw it high. Stop blocking himself.
100.
Finds himself way back here.
78. Alexander, you require 164.
164. Doesn't go for it.
100.
No need. His opponent back on 272. It's like laying up with a golf shot. Big deflection there from Kay, but
45.
again it's that dart
Alexander,
under
you
the treble
require
20
64.
causing him the problems. So double 8 has been
48.
kinder to Merkx today, but not on this occasion.
He is going to return, however. Keelan here just thinking it out. 35 scored.
60. Alexander, you require
That
16.
was the right play to leave 167. And so for 3-2, just a little bit more to his right. But as you could see, that second dart was a blocker.
$139.
What a super setup. So
8.
on cue, he should hit this first dart, which he does.
Alexander Merkx.
Keelan needed to be closer, and he needs to start this leg now.
6 lag, it's Keelan the throw
The
first.
way that he's just finished the previous one, although he didn't get a go for a double. There we go.
140.
And this leg is being observed and surveyed by everyone in the practice room.
140.
There's a quiet hush descending next door. They know the significance of it.
140.
And we know they're watching because we can't hear the thud, thud, thud of the darts on the wall in the practice room.
100.
Keelan Kay's on
41.
75% checkout for this game, which is remarkable.
60.
This is a big turning point now. Really needs a treble visit. That's a good dart. The wrong
38.
treble. Again, we're back to him throwing just that little millisecond quicker.
105.
And
Keelan, you
Merkx
require
has
142.
thrown beautifully to leave Kay's 142 under massive pressure.
60. Alexander, you require 96.
If we're in the pub, we'd have said that was a good 6, but not with Merkx on 96 with a dart left in his hand.
Short into 6 slag.
He has
Alexander
played his
Merkx.
way back into the game.
And this is a huge leg coming up for the Dutchman.
7-10 final lag. It's Alexander the throw
He can
first.
put himself.
Game on.
Well, he put himself back to the top of the table on legs
85.
difference despite losing his first 2 games of the day.
100.
Jared Cole in action next against Andreas Toft-Jørgensen. He can go outright top on 12.
50.
Defeat there. And it opens up a whole host of possibilities because Graham Hall would be dragged right back into
60.
the mix.
Indeed, it will.
58.
I think we know who Graham's rooting for in the room, in the players' room here. Keelan has got to find
60.
that treble. 260 visits. That's allowed his opponent to just squeak away. He now needs a double treble visit, which he has.
140. Alexander, you require 170.
It really is going down to the wire.
98. Keelan, you require 141.
Really needs to leave this under 60, but he's, unlucky.
89. Alexander, you require 72.
Again, through that treble 19 a little bit quick. It's double 16.
40.
And once again,
Keelan, you
Alexander
require
Merkx has missed it.
52.
Gives a lifeline to Keelan Kay. He's gone 12 for double top. He's high with the first one.
32.
And way low with the
Alexander
second one. He changed
32.
how he'd hit all the other doubles with that throw. Merkx back to double 8. Oh,
No score.
He's over the top. How?
Keelan, you
He's
require
giving Kay
20.
chance after chance here.
Can he take this one on double 10? That was awkward. You could tell
Alexander,
it was awkward. And so
32.
Merkx returns to double 16, where he's had a love-hate relationship with this week.
And he's still on the hate relationship side at the minute.
No score. Keelan, you require 10.
After what's been a fantastic match, the averages are now plummeting on this tense, nervous finish. Keelan's missed once again.
6. Alexander, you require 32.
Is this finally the opportunity?
No score.
More mismatched darts.
Keelan, you require 4.
This is now a battle of attrition here. Who can hit this double? Who believes it more?
Game.
It's Keelan
Shots
Kay.
And the match, Keelan Kay.
And after Alexander Merkx missed match darts in the double figures, it's Keelan Kay who gets over the line. A 4-3 victor with an average of 82.45, but that's mainly because of the double misses at the end of that final leg of the match. Keelan Kay getting the solitary maximum in that game and a high checkout of 90. And for him, he is now on to 6 points following his first win of the day. Alexander Merkx still looking to get that elusive victory on Tuesday. Well, a big one coming up after this short break, and it really could change the way that we look at the table at the halfway point. It's Jared Cole who's on 10 points. He can go 2 points clear of the rest of the pack following the halfway round of fixtures if he can get the better of Andreas Toft-Jørgensen. Join us for that after this short break.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Yeah, and don't forget, you can visit dartshop.tv to book your free tickets for finals night. Well, back here in Group A, Keelan Kay has just got his first victory of the day, that coming over Alexander Merkx, a 4-3 victory for him. As Henry mentioned in commentary, how key double 16 was for Merkx yesterday. He's just not able to hit it today, and that's one aspect of his game that is significantly letting him down at the moment. A 3-0 down in this one. Things looked bleak for Merkx once more. He did manage to force a last leg decider, but at 3 apiece, he missed 9 match darts. 8 of those were at his favoured double 16. So then it was Kay who was able to get over the line. We can see what that's done to the league table. As I said, Alexander Merkx came into today's action top of the league standings, but he's yet to pick up his first points on Tuesday. As for Kay, that's an important first win of the day for him to move him on to 6 points and keep him in contention at this stage in the tournament. Next up then, we've got Andreas Toft-Jørgensen up against Jared Cole. Jared Cole could move clear onto 12 points at the top of the league standings if he is to get the better in this one. Andreas, of course, winning his opening match of this morning's session, just like he did yesterday. But unfortunately for Andreas, much like yesterday, he then went on to lose his next match, his level significantly dropping in that second match once again. But Duff did put in a superb performance in that one. As for Jared, well, he's gonna need to do some, isn't he, Andreas, if he's to live with Jared's level in this one, because Jared has been absolutely superb in this tournament today, and his reward for that could be, as I mentioned, moving on to 12 points, the first player onto that target in the league standings. Cole, the winner of this fixture yesterday, another solid display from him in that one. Will he be able to get that important victory to move him clear at the top of the league standings? Let's find out, and back over to the commentary team.
Thank you very much, Abby. And Jared Cole has been the mover on moving day here at the Super Series, and he could move himself on to a dozen points if he can claim victory here against Andreas Toft-Jørgensen, who, as Abby mentioned in the introduction, is going to have to up the levels if he's going to get the better of this 22-year-old from Hatfield, former PDC Development Tour winner. I saw Andreas, aged 88, from Olmind in Denmark, throwing a 22-gram windmill dart and twice playing of the PDC World Cup of Darts.
First flag is Jared to throw first. Game on.
But beware the man with nothing to lose in this game, Scott Mitchell.
I couldn't agree more. You've got to go and stamp your authority on this game, and in due course, exactly what Mr. Old Nat King Cole has done.
59.
I can't call him that. He's king of the castle.
60.
When you hit a 180 to start, it always settles you. And but like I said earlier, when you hit a 180 first throw, there's only one way from there, and that's down.
Why did you call it that? Was that for sentimental reasons?
I don't know. It just
91.
We're near Christmas. I was thinking, you know, of a Nat King Cole Christmas song.
Let there be darts.
81. Jared to require 170.
Indeed, indeed. We have the Darts Fest on today.
45.
Here in Portsmouth.
I wish to confess that I knew about that, but I had to do a bit of Googling for those references.
100.
You Googled very
Jared
finely, I will have you say
125.
that you are a master with those fingers on the keyboard.
79.
Well, Jared Cole is beginning to become the master of Group A. He leads 46 after 15 with Toft-Jørgensen back on 201, now 154. You sense he's going to get 6 from here. There's no guarantee, of course. Double 16, and now double 8.
30.
Doesn't go.
Andreas, you require 154.
And, well, this would be total tungsten irony if Toft-Jørgensen could have taken out the 154.
58. Jared, you require 16.
So Cole back for 16.
Yeah, that's game
And
short
away
in the
it
first
goes.
leg. Jared Cole.
19 dart leg opener for Jared Cole.
Second leg, it's Andreas to throw first.
We've been fed through some statistics from our excellent stats team here at the Super Series, and Jared's opponents
140.
Overall average is nearly 5 points higher than the others. So in general,
60.
the players Jared Cole are playing, the opponents are tending to average 5 points higher than what other opponents would tend to average.
130.
So they're upping their average by 5 points on their running average for the day every time they play Jared Cole.
In
81.
essence, basically the A games of most players come against this man.
Exactly. That I can explain to there. That is like having that World Championship crown on your head, and it doesn't go away. Players play you differently on a Monday night. They play you differently on a Thursday than they would usually play. They really give you a game. Now, rather than get upset about that and go, why do they do that against me? I go, do you know what? That's going to keep me up there for longer because I'm going to have to keep my standards higher.
90.
And is that why Mr. Taylor stayed at the top for so long? Because people turned up and played their A game against him.
No score.
You want to be
Jared
pushed.
require 124.
And has Jared Cole just pushed Toft-Jørgensen into a mistake? And can he capitalise on the ball?
99. Andreas, you require 40.
Tops a 1-1. Nice marker.
Yeah, that's game short in the
Squeezes
second
into the
leg.
bottom
Andreas
right-hand
Toft-Jørgensen.
corner with the second dart. And we are level at 1 apiece.
Third leg is Jared
Cole
to
is a
throw
dart to
first.
in both
Game on.
legs.
When you have a dart that goes in the double on that in that manner, you start to think, well, the luck's starting to come my way if you've had no luck today or yesterday or whatever. You start to think the luck's coming my way. And this is what happens when you win a leg.
100.
You get a little bit of impetus for the next 9 darts of the next leg.
Interestingly as well, we had more 180s
56.
after game 7 today than we did in the entirety of yesterday. Just one more little factoid for you.
100.
Great stats, mate. Great stats. We like to see that.
I can't take credit for that. There's a brilliant team of statisticians who do some ridiculous
54.
number crunching backstage. They do a really good job
60.
of picking the numbers out and making our jobs here in the commentary box 10 times easier.
You've just now given away that everybody thought we were
59.
very intelligent up until then, and now we've just given it away. It's not us with all the stats.
We just talk.
60.
The best one's when people think that they feed lines into commentators' ears. Well, if they could do that, then surely they would be sat in the seat.
Indeed, but could they do
99.
it for the length of time? That's the question. That's the question.
59. Jared, you require 108.
So he usually goes down the bottom. Oh, that's a good start. Single 19, double 16.
76. Andreas, you require
Slightly eludes
122.
him, so Andreas gets a chance. Here go the 8. Oh, he's gone ball route.
Yeah, that's
what
game
a
short
very
in the
clever
third
route
leg.
for 1,
Andreas
2, 2. I've
Toft-Jørgensen.
not seen that one before. I suppose he was looking for the 25 to leave 97.
Forward like it's Andreas to throw first.
And then he could have come out for the treble 19s. Not seen it done that way before. The 18s route is done because 97. Of the sort of percentage shot. You get 2 stabs at that treble 18 in the same place, and players would back themselves to hit it at least once with 2 darts.
He got it, yes. However, Jared Cole was left
60.
on double 16. That could have gone wrong, though, at the same time.
Very wrong, and made it look very stupid, but it didn't.
1 on the M40.
It's his way. I remember playing Michael Unterbuchner once in the Italian Open, and we were in the quarterfinals, I think, or the last 16, and we were 3-3, and I'm sat on 32, and he had 84 left, and he went ball
97,
double 17. I'd never seen that before in my life either. But his argument was that if he hit the 25, that left him 59, 100. And then he would go 19 tops. It's better to get a dart at a double than it is to have a dart at the ball. But of course, if you miss that ball in 25, you may not get a dart at anything. You're in the lap of the gods then. So it is a risk, and at 3-3, not one I would be taking.
But this is what we are seeing now from players across the globe.
44.
Different ways of thinking. We'd love to see
64.
it. Jared Cole would love to see this go. Well, that's not a bad little accident. Double 10. Steps back to recompose.
54.
But that's a big miss.
Andreas
And Toft-Jørgensen is back to back up the break with a hold. Huge darting coming.
40. Jared, you require 10.
We see a lot of the players now, since the Rob Cross era, Rob Cross would stop, step back, wipe his leg, wipe his shoulder. A lot of players do that now when they get to that point to recompose. We were talking yesterday about how Gary Anderson used to put his foot on the ocky and push the ocky and what have you.
Game on.
And that's a trait that Rob Cross has brought into the game, and Jared takes that leg.
Didn't even contemplate the double 5 either. Split
59
for double 4. Andreas had 2 darts to open up a 3-1 lead in this game.
$60.
I just wonder on the combination for 20 and tops. The first dart's 59. Very high, and because of the way his darts stand up, he probably sees around less than 50% of the
45.
tops bed when he then eventually goes for the double.
It's the angle of entry. So like I was saying yesterday, that the
60.
way that the dart leaves your hand, the angle on an upward spiral tends to hit the board in a similar angle because of your parabolic arc of your throw. It obviously can't fly dead straight like a rocket,
60.
so it has to have its own arc. And depending on what weight, how you throw, what pressure you put within your throw, your arc, everybody's arc is slightly
85.
different. And so that makes the angle of entry of the dart slightly different. And Andreas, his angle sometimes blocks
53
the bed from vision. And then, of course, we can go down the road of what stems they're using, what flights
85.
they're using. The L style, the Cosmo tend to be a harder flight, so can change the course of the dart if it hits it at the wrong angle.
Andreas, you require 116.
To re-establish his lead at 3-2. He's going to get 1 dart at tops. This time he gets the tops.
Andreas Toft-Jørgensen.
And he breaks Cole back. And the first sign of frustration today from the king of the castle.
Throw first. Game on.
As you see a replay of yesterday's game, which Jared Cole 1-4-2. Toft-Jørgensen is looking to serve the reverse.
180.
And as we were saying earlier about averages, this one is
59.
coming from nowhere, and he has stepped this game up. There's Andreas here against Jared.
60.
Good switch there from Jared, finding the treble 18. A lot of players will stick there on treble 20 and continue to
83.
persist in a blocked bed. Jared moved away there and was successful.
83.
Now, these next two matches, if Toft-Jørgensen can convert this 178, are huge. Merkx against Duff, followed by Hall against Cole, is conceivable. Very conceivable. We could have 4 players on 10 points as Toft-Jørgensen stares down 4 for leg 4, and the crucial 2 points for him, which would put him on to 6, and to inflict a first defeat of the day on Jared Cole. Double 1 will do for Andreas Toft-Jørgensen, who seals a 4-2 victory against Jared Cole with an average of 84.17. The game's solitary maximum, 4 from 11 on the doubles, and a 1-2-2 high checkout. And what a route he went for it as well. And once again, the trend of players playing their best stuff against Jared Cole continues. We're going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere, because this could be crucial. It's Alexander Merkx against Neil Duff, and that's coming up after this short break.
Welcome back to the Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Andreas Toft-Jørgensen has just made things even more interesting at the top of the league standings after that 4-2 victory over current league leader Jared Cole. There you can see the stats from the game. It was a really intriguing one, that wasn't it? And a huge upset given how both have played up to this point today. Andreas with a superb 1-2-2 on double 6 in there as well. It looked at one stage like Cole had weathered the storm, but Toft-Jørgensen held his own in order to get over the line. 4 out of 11 on the outer ring for him in that one. We can have a little look then at what that does to the league standings. Of course, it is Neil Duff who is up next, and he can secure his place at the top of the league standings and move clear and on to 12 points if he is to get the better over Alexander Merkx, who actually was the player who came into today's action top of the league standings, but he's still, of course, looking for his first victory of the day. For Neil Duff, then, he's looking to get back to winning ways. He won his opening game of the day, but then lost his next two and cut a bit of a frustrated figure out there after those defeats, just not performing to the same standard that he had previously in Group A. So he could, of course, secure his place and move on to 12 points. He did take out a superb 108 checkout in his last defeat. That was, of course, all in vain in the end, because it was Alexander Merkx who went on to win that one. As for Merkx, he is, of course, as I mentioned, looking for his first victory of today's session. We mentioned double 16 has been a bit of an issue for Merkx at times today. He'll be looking to reacquaint himself with that double and make friends with it in order to give himself the best possible chance in this match. Let's tuck into it then. Scott, Henry, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Abby. Well, what a big game this is. Alexander Merkx up against Neil Duff. If the Dutchman can claim victory here, we have got 3 players tied on 10 points.
What a scenario indeed. When I stood up there on the balcony this morning with Abby, we said, you know, Merkx was there at the top, and we would find out about his character a little bit today if he could stay there and get a lead. And as the day goes on, like we spoke about also this morning, the longer it goes on where you're waiting to win a game, the harder it is. So he will be looking to try and win this game, but who's he trying to win against? None other than the WDF World Champion, Neil Duff. So his task just gets harder.
60. 59.
Neil Duff went off 8-15. Alexander Merkx 11-8 in this game.
97.
If you are having a flutter this afternoon, it is 18+, begambleaware.org.
60.
Tentative start from the pair. They both know the significance of this match. Duff knows he's back in the box seat.
100.
If he can claim victory in this one.
60.
And having gone down to Graham Hall in his last match, he will be looking to find his range and find his mojo in this one. And right on cue, pops the first 180 of the match.
128. Neil, you require 64.
Tops them for Duff.
Yeah, that's game short in the first
1-0 lead and a break of throw. Merkx will be thinking, what have I got to do?
Neil the throw first. Game on.
To win a game here. Put on the back foot immediately with the break of throw. $140.
Just look at the steely-eyed focus of the Duff man.
140.
Merkx is following him visit for visit. Of course, you can be here on Saturday night.
60.
Both players aiming to be there. Both players aiming to do it in Group A and have a couple of days off. Head over to dartshot.tv where you can claim tickets
100.
at any of the 12 Saturdays in the build-up to Phase 2 Champions Night. Dartshot.tv. And whilst you're there, why don't you have a look at the Untouchables event, which is taking place here at the
60.
Portsmouth Guildhall. That's on Friday, the 9th of December. And we've got the likes of Michael van Gerwen, Raymond van Barneveld, Fallon Sherk,
140.
all on show for your darting entertainment. Plenty of great nights, shows, events on dartshot.tv.
Alexander, you require 121.
On show here are two of the premier players in this group, and Merkx looking for a 1-2-1. He has 6 from here, leaves himself on 80 after 12 to obtain the break back.
$100. Alexander, you require 80.
Duff does enough to keep him honest. Another 20, and it's double top to break
40.
back.
Neil, you require
I think
86.
you can see the reaction there from Merkx. He wasn't happy with that. You'd think that Duff's going to get a dart at the ball, but he's going to get 2 at double 16. Can he come from nowhere and rob this?
70. Alexander, you require 40.
Time-honoured fashion. Once one player misses,
yeah, that's
the
game
other one
short
steps back in and takes
Alexander
the leg.
Merkx.
And it is the break back.
Third leg, it's Alexander to throw first. Game on. $60.
What will be going through Alexander's mind at the minute?
Well, it'll be about chances missed, won't it? He'll
60.
be talking about how, particularly on the double 16, it's been eluding him today.
100.
Very easy for us to say as commentators, but it's been what's happening, and it's been his Achilles heel today.
$135.
Neil Duff had just as fruitless a relationship today. Double top.
97.
After the first couple of games, he was 2 from 11 on that particular double. A double which he loved so well. It was what won him the Lakeside title in April.
58.
Yeah, indeed. And it's you also, as a player, when Neil's playing here, he'll know that Alexander was top of the league overnight with him and hasn't won a game today. And as the day goes on and he's lost a couple, you think, as a player, when you're going to approach him, it'd be just my luck that he turns up in this one. There's lots of psychology involved in the game, and people say, oh, they don't think
100.
that, but sometimes as a player you do. But until you're in this situation here at the MODUS Super Series, you don't know what you're going to think, because it's different
83.
than anything else.
Neil, you require 148.
So Merkx is going to have a dart at darts at top, so at least he
Alexander, you
should
require 80.
have a dart at tops. He is. He climbs the ladder.
40.
But
Neil,
he's
you
too far
require
above the top
88.
step.
I think they went in the same holes as the leg before. Now, can Duff get himself a dart? He's got one at the bullseye.
63.
And that was far closer
Alexander,
than
you
the double
require
16 the leg
40.
before as well. But it's 40 for Merkx.
Yeah, that's
And he
game short
takes
of the
it.
third leg. Alexander Merkx.
Building confidence all the time, and Duff will feel that if you get
Forward
one dart
leg,
at
it's
it, you
Neil
should
to
get
throw
it. That's what us
first.
players think
Game
like.
on.
So he's gone from 1-0 up to 2-1 down, but it's his throw, so nothing to worry about just
44.
yet, unless he does 44 too many times within this leg.
Well, he may be made to think about it now.
$55.
Just lost his scoring boots a little here. has Duff.
95.
And as in all games, as you lose your scoring boots, your opponent seems to find them.
$100.
Could just be the nervousness of the magnitude of the game.
I think it's fair 59. To say every single player has felt the enormity of the situation over the last couple of games.
96.
There's just something itching at the back of my mind at the minute about Graham Hall. I don't
43.
know why, but
I understand why. I understand why. This is, you know, these results up so far today have been playing into his hands. But he's got to go and do his bit.
74.
What
Alexander
a massive
visit
that is from Neil Duff to put the pressure on Alexander Merkx.
100. Neil, you require 32.
Well, this is a double that Merkx has had all sorts of trouble with. This is the one that he's loved. And the double four is the one that Neil Duff gets to level us up at 2 apiece. After 2 breaks in the opening 2, we see 2 holds in the second pair of legs. And it is
fifth flag,
Desmond
it's Alexander
here.
to throw first. Game on.
Oh, Des Lynham.
140.
Well, we could have a grandstand finish to Group A.
I'll bowl them up. You bat them out of the park, mate. You bat them out of the park.
Like Jimmy Anderson serving it up to Ben Stokes.
100.
Anything to create a fire.
$100. 100.
Hate to state the obvious, but a very crucial part of the game, this. Flag 5.
100. Alexander, you require 161. 59.
I do understand the 20 ride route there to leave yourself a 96, so it's only 2 darts. I'm sure had Duff hit the treble 20 with
Alexander,
the second dart, he'd have done the same.
62. Neil, you require 116.
He's himself on tops, but Neil Duff with the break opportunity here. He can get this 116 very much on now. The single leads himself. A dart at top, which he pins. And that could be the biggest break of throw of the day so far. Neil Duff with the most timely of 116s. With Merkx poised on tops to go 3-2 up. And now the Lakeside champion has the darts to go 2 points clear at the top of the group.
134.
And then comes back and puts 2 darts in treble 19 on a pinhead.
96.
Superb stuff from Duff. This wasn't looking likely earlier in the game. But how quickly the games can spin on their head.
But this is what you champions do. You just find something when you need it most. Talking about needing something when you need it most.
You do find something when you need it most, but it's how quick you find it. Sometimes you don't find it till the next day or the next leg.
58.
But that has put pressure straight back on Duff on his holder throw, and he's back in the lipstick again.
$137. Alexander, you require 125.
This 125 has to go. Treble 20 tops.
Yeah,
what a repulse from Merkx!
Alexander Merkx.
For in the 116 from Duff, Merkx responds in kind with a 125 to break back. And we go to the most pivotal 7th leg of this week so far.
129.
And the momentum now with Merkx. We've toed and froed all game, and now you would not put your money against Merkx taking this
100.
leg with that start. But you have to back the start up. And backing it up with a 5 is not the way to do it.
81.
You can feel the tension. You can feel the importance.
123.
You can feel the frustration of that last dart.
Did everything right. A really well thrown dart. Just
60.
touch in inaccuracy. Could have caught a flight. Millimeters of difference. But he's back in there again now, Duff. Oh, is he back in there now?
180.
A timely 180 from Neil Duff to leave him sat on 98 after 9.
119. Neil, you require 98.
For the match to win an absolute cracker. Double 19.
60. Alexander, you
And
require
can
112.
Merkx finish with a 112. Could still done it with a treble 19 and ball, but Duff
31.
returns for 38.
Neil, you
He
require
looked to rush the
38.
first dart. Will Duff split this? Doesn't look like it. He's looking straight at it. That could be a problematic dart.
Game.
No,
shot,
he used it.
And a match. Neil
And
Duff.
it's a win to Neil Duff.
A massive victory for the Duff man, the first man to the darting dozen in Group A, courtesy of a 4-3 victory against Alexander Merkx with a 93.3 average, 2 180s to his name, 4 out of 12 on the doubles, and 2 fantastic finishes back-to-back to send us to a deciding leg, the 125 and the 116. But it is the Duff man who is top of the table on 10 points, on 12 points here, the first man to get to that figure. We're going to take a short break, and the big games keep coming. It's Graham Hall against Jared Cole coming up after this.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. What a group this is turning out to be, and what a match we have just witnessed. Neil Duff coming through in a last leg decider in the end, but a penny for Alexander Merkx. Thoughts first from you, Scott?
Well, we said today we were going to find out whether he had what it took to stay there at the top. And no matter what he's doing today, he's just not having the luck that he had yesterday. So he will be thinking, what have I got to do to win a game?
Yeah, fourth successive defeat for him. As you can see, the highest checkouts in that one, Neil Duff with the 116, but Alexander Merkx responds straight away with that 125 checkout. That must have been the point where Merkx thought, I might have got him here.
Absolutely, and what goes through your head as a dart player when these games are going on? I wish we could strap something in there and it repeated up on a screen so that people could see what we were thinking. He would have thought that he was coming back to him.
Yeah, absolutely. We can have a look then at the league table, because that does move Neil Duff on to 12 points. He's now clear at the top of the league standings once more, but it is very much all to play for. Jared Cole against Graham Hall up next. And you did actually say at the top of the show that Graham Hall, it's all kind of starting to work in his favour, isn't it, to get back into contention?
He's starting to creep up to those 90 averages that he's been doing in the past when he's visited here. And now he's starting to finish the games off. Yesterday was a terrible doubles day for Graham Hall, but today he's starting to finish games off, and that's why he's rising up the table.
You mentioned that from Graham Hall. It's not the first time we've seen him taking a little while to settle into things here at the Super Series. But just a word on his finishing, because yesterday it was probably woeful at best. Today, to have the mental strength to bring yourself back into contention, that shows a lot, doesn't it?
It takes a lot. I mean, some people that are watching today would have played on a Monday night league and have to wait a whole week because they've missed a double to win a game, and it does play on your mind. Here you don't get a chance to do that. You can't allow it to happen. Yesterday he did, today he hasn't.
Yeah, and that 4-2 win over Neil Duff, that really felt like a significant one in the context of the group. Of course, Neil Duff did then go on to win his next match, that 4-3 victory over Merkx that we were just talking about. But that victory for Hall felt like a really significant one.
Very significant. We said it in commentary, and I think that's going to give him a big lift coming into his next matches.
Absolutely, and as we can see there, Graham Hall getting the 2 points in this fixture yesterday as well. Will it be the same outcome in this one, or can Cole return to winning ways? Henry, back over to you. This man is going to sprint down to join you.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yep, Scotty Dog getting his steps in, but will Jared Cole be making another step towards Neil Duff at the top of the table? Or is Graham Hall the man making the march on Tuesday here at the Super Series? Cole, who was defeated by Andreas Toft-Jørgensen in his previous encounter 4-2, his first defeat of the day. He takes on Graham Hall, who is perfect for Tuesday so far, and that is why he has found his way onto 8 points and found himself back in the argument, back in the conversation for qualification through Group A. But a huge victory just then for the reigning Lakeside WDF World Champion Neil Duff, as he defeated Alexander Merkx 4-3. It's forced
100.
The rest of the opposition into bat. It has forced them to produce their best.
125.
He has sent out the declarations of intent. And we're going to see how Jared responds.
46. 60.
And I do wonder how Jared is going to respond, Scott Mitchell.
Well, we're just talking about it up on the balcony there. Graham Hill's got to be thinking that the group's now coming towards him back into contention. And Jared knows that, and he's the only one that can stop him at this particular moment in time. And, of course, gain himself in going up to the top again.
$60.
There is one
59.
previous head-to-head between this pair, and it is a significant one before they played here this week. And that was in the qualifiers for Lakeside Jared Cole getting the better of Graham Hall by 4 legs to 2. Jared would subsequently go on to qualify for that tournament. And would go on quite the run there as well. But 158 is what he's looking for here for a opening leg breaker throw.
43.
Hall
Graham
wanting
Utica
119 to hold.
119.
Sometimes that's not the best of starts. It's double 13. Oh,
93.
when you go the 119 that route and you do hit the treble 19, it can prove to be a little bit difficult. Sometimes you'd rather hit just a single 19 to hit the
that's game
treble
short
20,
in the first
but
leg.
that's a great finish from Jared.
But Graham Hall will know that a
Second
lot of his chances
to throw first.
hinge on this particular match.
Yeah, very much so. Because of the way the results went yesterday,
80.
He known today that he would have to come in and win all his games really to play himself back into contention, which thus far he has done.
140.
A reminder that the players who finish second and third in this group will move into Group B, where they'll be joined by Mike Gillett, Robert Rickwood and Ryan Finesse on Thursday and Friday night at 10 p.m. Graham Hall hoping that he's not part of that lineup because he's a group winner and he's going about his business quite well in this leg. And for the players, 4th, 5th and 6th, they will be back Thursday and Friday morning, where they're going to be joined by Darren Johnson, Gary Blades and Sam Kankett.
$43.
Although that's a slip after a good couple of visits from Graham Hall.
140. Graham Utica 138.
What a great shot that was from Jared Cole at a very important moment. And the leg looked to be getting away from him. Hall opens up with a big 5 there, but the treble 20 has redeemed the throw, so Cole will be under 82. Some amount of pressure here.
Jared Utica 50. 34.
And pressure it was maybe that made him miss, so Hall has a chance to come back to 1-1.
56 for the break back.
Yeah, that's game short in the second leg.
Indeed,
Graham
a
Hall.
break back, a redemption for Hall.
The old case of one up,
the throw first,
then that one in. That's in.
That's up.
100.
And that's below.
Edge of your seat commentating here from H and myself. Not stating the obvious at all.
Do you remember that character from the TV adverts, Captain Obvious?
No, thank goodness.
100.
It's taken us 11 games, but we finally found a tangent.
We have indeed. We have indeed.
Tick that off if you got the commentary bingo card.
177.
Once again, a superb visit from Hall there.
56.
Neither player's done a lot wrong here.
124.
In leg 3. But it's Hall to 1-2-4 first. Treble 20s coming thick and fast for him now. Double top.
104. Jared
What a finish that would have been.
170.
Can Cole find the fish? Not on this occasion. And so Graham Hall will return for double 10.
60. Graham, you require 20.
And after being broken in the opening leg, he may be able to find the lead for the first time in this game if he can bed the double 5, which he won't.
16.
Was there a case to bust though with that final dart? Will it be academic with Cole on 110?
Oh, that's made it interesting. Double 16 to steal a leg, and it would be a steal in 15 darts.
78.
Did the Rob Cross
Graham, you
step back?
require 4.
This occasion didn't work.
I mentioned the potential of busting previously when he's left on double 10.
Yeah,
but that's academic because double 2 gives Graham Hall leg 2 on the board.
Forward leg is Jared to throw first.
And boy, is it getting interesting now. Neil Duff will be perched up somewhere 96. In this practice room and enjoying every single second of this.
You sense the players are feeling it with the way that some of these legs are going. There's a little bit nervy stuff at the end of each leg. They're all probably looking at the table as it gets flashed up on the screens within the players' room, the practice
85.
room.
Now, did you see, just before we went to that replay there, of Jared Cole in the background when Graham won that leg? He was just going through some movement actions with a, well, I suppose a phantom-esque dart. Just wondering whether he's just... I mean, he's averaging just under 91, so it feels hypercritical, but maybe he just feels there's another gear to go here. Well, you can't get better than that.
A la Larry Butler and maybe Lawrence Alagan. They both do the fake throws behind, and Kai Van Lung does as well.
See, a lot of players from the Far East do that. It's very much a trait.
Jared
The players in that region. Paul Lim does the same as well. Again, it's interesting to see how different parts of the world play the game in different ways, and that's another different component out in the Far East, which is a forever booming region of darts.
Absolutely, you know, that's, you know, it's a big soft tip region.
26.
And we do end up sending players 40. There, you know, players go there with varying darts manufacturers, but it's Jared Cole now wanting tops.
No score.
He will be returning.
Not a disaster. However, what the G-Man can do is provide plenty of pressure.
57. Jared Judy
Tops for Cole.
40.
The 2-2. Tens.
Yeah, that's game short in the
pinned
forward
in the bottom corner,
Jared
and we are back level again.
In the bottom corner, but as we all know, mate, in is in.
Fifth flag, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
What is racing through his mind right now? Stood at the back of the stage.
100.
He's watching his opponent. He's trying to find out what his opponent is feeling. Trying to watch his throw to see if there's a lurch in it. Just trying to get anything to give himself a boost into developing a decent leg for himself.
$58. $100. $58.
Hall just cannot seem to find a treble visit in his last couple.
50.
You get the sense both players know the importance of this passage of play, and that's why we've just seen a couple of visits that have been cagey. It is a bit of a stalemate at the minute.
100.
It most certainly is, and Hall finally finds a treble on a visit.
140.
Back at you from Jared Cole with a big 140 at this moment in the match.
$105. Jared Judy require 115.
There because he doesn't need a treble now to get himself a double.
59. Graham, you require 80.
So Hall should get one at tops here. Will he be greedy going for the treble 20? No, he stayed straight. Is now.
Yeah, that's game
double
short
top
in the
for
fifth
Hall,
flag.
and he takes
Graham
it.
Hall.
For a hold of throw.
6 flag is Jared to throw first. Game
Jared
on.
needs the lot from here. Gets a lot in that visit.
180.
Well talked in, my friend.
Is it a case of right on cue for Cole?
I certainly was. Is he going to back it up with anything?
59.
No, once again, the frustration shows on Cole, as he knows he didn't back that up. And a 140 here would have been enough for Hall to
44.
hold him back into the leg.
$128.
Excellent leg when he's needed it. When his back's been against the wall. In a game he knows he has to win. And he's 3-2 down. 180, 128 to leave him on a finish after 9. He's going to get 6 from this 134. He's going to need the 6.
76.
58 will square us up at 3 apiece again.
It's not too shabby either. 58 after 12. Hall
45.
way
Jared to
back
require
on
58.
236. So Cole here, bread and butter
That's
shot.
game short in the 6th flag. Jared
Bread and butter shot it was for him.
And so we go the distance.
7th final
Another
leg. It's
big
Graham the throw
7th
first.
leg.
Game on.
Neil Duff got the better of Alexander Merkx by 4 legs to 3 in the last match to put him on to 12 points. If Jared Cole can do likewise, he will join the Duff man on 12 points. If not, then it is a huge advantage to Neil Duff. And that is a huge start for Graham Hall with the darts in this deciding leg.
56.
Yeah, indeed it is. And he's backing it up. He is most certainly backing that start up.
140.
To 200 lead.
99.
Back to 125. But it's 125 lead he has, plus these.
It is in the hands of Graham Hall.
49.
Jared can't leave a finish even with a max, but he can sneak up on Graham's shoulder with a 2 treble visit.
And that's exactly what he's done. Hall really does have to turn the corner now. And when we turn the corner, we mean the 100 corner. So he needs to get down under 100, scoring more than 72, which he's done, I think, 77 in the board.
96.
76 for the match. He's going to have to take it.
Absolutely, mate. He is going to have to take it.
76.
That is big, big kahunas from Jared Cole there to hit a 180 at a most brilliant time.
Graham Hall knows.
It's tense, nervous headache. You have to hit the 20. That's why sometimes the 76 people go the other way first. He needed 25 ball, and now he's gone ball first. He's now just thrown one, and it's just gone so wrong for Graham Hall.
Jared Cole hit a max to leave himself on 32 after 12. But he cannot convert. But Graham is back on 76. The tension continues.
76.
He must be now thinking, why, oh, why did I not leave myself 16? Why did I throw that last dart away? No, he isn't now. It's double four.
Game,
and
shot,
he's absolutely any luck that he didn't have yesterday, he is sure as hell riding it today. It's a 4-3 win for Graham Hall.
And the G-Man is back in the mix for qualification through Group A, courtesy of that 4-3 success against Jared Cole in a tense battle at the top end of Group A. An 82.7 average was enough for Graham in the end. Jared Cole averaging 93.17 free maximums, but it was 3 from 13 on the checkouts. That was his downfall in the end. Graham Hall, 4 from 11, 36.36%, a high out of 80. He is the victor there by 4 legs to 3. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, we are going to see Keelan Kay up against Andreas Toft-Jørgensen.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. What a day Graham Hall is having here today on this second day of action in Group A. He's just come through in a last leg decider to get the better of Jared Cole. A 4-3 victory for him, meaning it's now 4 from 4 on this Tuesday morning's session. An 82.7 average from Graham Hall in that one. As you can see, Jared Cole averaging more than 10 points more than his opponent in that one, and that was the case for the majority of that game, but it didn't matter in the end. Graham Hall coming through that one, needing multiple opportunities in that last leg. He did bust his score of 76 in disgust at some of the darts that he'd thrown, but he did return to take out that checkout to get over the line in the end, and we can see what that does to the table. We do call Tuesday moving day, and it is Graham Hall who's made the biggest move up the table so far. As you can see, he's now level on points with Jared Cole. It's Neil Duff who is out on 12 points at the top of the standings at the moment. Alexander Merkx still looking for his first victory of the day. Next up then we've got Keelan Kay against Andreas Toft-Jørgensen. As you can see, the two players on 6 points, so whoever comes out on top in this one will move level with the players in third and fourth. So it is quite a crucial game to keep them in contention as we look ahead to the remainder of today and, of course, heading into the final day of action. From Keelan Kay, we have already seen him complete an 11-dart leg so far today. That coming in his win over Alexander Merkx earlier on. There we can see a clinical display from him in that match, a superb victory for him. And as for Andreas Toft-Jørgensen, he is currently bottom of the league standings, but he is having quite a say in what happens at the top of the league at the moment. Of course, he did pull off that superb victory over Jared Cole, didn't he, earlier on in this one. He's already beaten him, taking out the 1-2-2 and 1-1-6 along the way in that one. Will there be more big finishing in this match? It is, as I mentioned, quite a big one in determining who moves level with the players in third and fourth in the league standing. So Scott, Henry, back over to you for this one.
Thank you, Abby. These two occupying the bottom two spots in the Group A table, but can go level on points to victor with Alexander Merkx in fourth. Big win that for Graham Hall in the last one against Jared Cole. Even more pivotal victory for Neil Duff. That means today we have had 3 different leaders of Group A. Alexander starting the day, top of the table. Jared then taking top spot. And now Neil Duff, who sits 2 points clear at the top of the Group A table. But we're going to a bit of a break from that to see the bottom 2 in action. But we are going to have some run to the line, you sense.
Indeed we are. And it's
60.
These two guys aren't bottom for the lack of trying. They've had the chances. We've seen flashes of brilliance from Keelan, you know, excellent. And
100.
He's just got to try and sustain that. He's been up and down a little bit today like a fiddler's elbow. And he needs to plane that out and average that out and be doing 85s to 90s. And then, you know, you're putting yourself in with a very good chance of winning legs and games. And I'd just like 41. To see a little bit more consistency from Keelan. And probably Andreas is probably the same. We've seen flashes of brilliance from him. So nearly saw another one there. This is what, there just seems to be no consistencies with these two today. But hey, that doesn't make them bad players. That makes them players that are learning. And I certainly feel there's longevity in the game for both these guys.
This is a winning environment, but a developmental environment as well. And that's the crucial thing about this format.
I feel that it's an environment that
45.
We're watching Neil Duff here top the group. Even world champions can get something from this environment. It's not geared towards anybody,
55.
But it works for everybody. It's a great format that the MODUS people have put together here for this Super Series.
I'll name you 2 players.
Andreas Toft-Jørgensen,
Richie Burnett and Connor Scott. Richie Burnett, ex-world champion, legend of the game, as Toft-Jørgensen looks for tops for the 160 for the opening leg.
Keelan Kay, 144.
As Kay returns for the 144. We'll head back to that story in just a second, because the Dane wants double top for the opening leg.
87. Andreas Toft-Jørgensen, 40. No score. Keelan Kay, 57.
So Kay's going to come back. He wouldn't have been expecting that. It's a 17, nice and cleanly.
Yeah, that's game
it's
shot.
Double top, nice and cleanly.
Keelan Kay.
Now the throw before that, Keelan had the 144 left. He hit the treble 20.
Second leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Missed it underneath, but then got very angry with himself because he missed. And then went and missed the big number,
91.
The big number on the 16s, and hit a 7. So he was rather fortunate there, but it shows that you just can't let the emotion go at any point in your throw.
82.
You can after the darts are gone, but you can't do it in that flow of 3 because you can just upset yourself and it makes it easier for your opponent. That's you
81.
stopping yourself effectively as a player.
do whatever you need to do at the table or whatever, but when you're at the hockey, it is the same no matter what the scenario.
My attitude is I like to throw and act the same as if I hit a 180 or a 26. So the opponent behind me, if they don't watch the board, they can't tell from the way that I walk, the way that I step, the way that I move. I try to do the same for a 26 as I do a 180. Because a lot of players don't actually watch what the other player's doing. They just take something off your body language.
And it is a very interesting part of the psychology of the game. And it's something that I know that we analyse a lot more. And I think a lot of fans analyse a lot more. And has become a bigger part of the game as the sport's evolved.
And it's part of our job. I know that I look at the floor and I look at people's feet, or I sometimes don't watch or whatever. And I play a game in my head. What have they scored? When I'm playing. I know it sounds daft. I shouldn't be thinking of anything else but playing, but I do. And I can tell by the way that certain players that you played a lot, you can tell the way that they step onto the hockey, whether they've hit a 180 or they've hit 26. You can tell by their walk.
54. Keelan, you require 86.
86 for a breaker throw and a 2-0 lead for Keelan Kay, but he's missed the big 18, which would have left him a dart at the bullseye. And so Toft-Jørgensen is going 36. To return for 56 to level us
Andreas, you require 56.
Both players here making big number mistakes.
16. Keelan, you require
Once
50.
again, Kay is going to get back. Hit the 10. Lovely marker.
Yeah, that's came
he's
short
used
in the
the dart
second
well
one.
there.
Keelan Kay.
But again, slight mistake with the second dart throw before. But we forget he's learning. He's learning. You know, this is a situation that when he goes on, because he will, there's no two ways about it, he will go on from here, that he's learning
81.
all the time. Him, Jared, Andreas, and even Alexander in his first attempt, first time here.
40.
They're going to go away from here this week with more upstairs than they came here with.
96.
I mentioned the first leg. Richie Burnett and Connor Scott last year. Two players, and they'll both be, fair for me to say, at different ends of the
100.
experience scale. Richie Burnett, world champion in the 90s, probably the #1 player in the world, some would argue. And Connor Scott, a player
100.
who was very new to the scene, very new to the circuit when he came here in the previous studio in Southampton. Both took what they needed from this
100.
event and then went on to secure tour cards at Q School in January.
It's playing under that pressure. It's playing under that magnitude.
140.
It's playing on that
Andreas,
stage.
you require 161.
You know, when you've played lots and lots of stage games, when you come back onto the floor in the pub, it's very difficult to do because
41.
you're used to the stage.
Keelan, you require
so
84.
This is just helping everybody, which is what we said earlier. This is just a great
59.
thing to have.
Andreas, you require
Unfortunate
120.
there for Keelan, just missing out on the bullseye.
40. Keelan, you require 25.
So he comes back to tidy the 25. He'll go 9. Oh no, he's gone 1 for 24.
Yeah, that's
and what a good finish that is. But Keelan's developing his confidence now. He's had a couple of legs there where maybe he shouldn't have had them. And now that one he's bossed.
First. Game on. $140.
At this point, are both players perhaps gearing towards looking at a campaign in Group C on Thursday and Friday morning?
59.
Possibly. I would prefer to be in Group C, to be honest. I don't think I'd fancy Group B at all. I think just because of the time of day that it's played, I think I'd rather be in Group C.
I know different players, don't they, have different preferences towards times as well, haven't they?
98.
Some players, they really do like playing the evening stations, whereas others prefer that bright and early start, which is what they're used to in competition play.
35.
Yeah, I think for me personally, you know, I think the evening sessions are a little more difficult because you have to, if you're not doing anything on the day you play.
126.
You know, I don't know whether some of the guys are going to sort of travel down sort of later in the day sort of thing.
95.
And the evening session's better for them. I think it's down to each individual, really, like you say.
Keelan Kay missing a match start at the bullseye, but he's going to come
70.
back.
Keelan Kay 31.
Leaving 31 after 12, and he is going to get 2 at double 12.
19.
And Toft-Jørgensen wants tops
40.
to get his first leg on the board in this match. Double 10.
Yeah, that's game short in the fourth leg.
And Andreas Toft-Jørgensen brings it back to 3-1. But for Keelan Kay, he has the darts here to seal a 4-1 victory.
First. Game on.
That would, in the grand scheme of things, put him level with Alexander Merkx on 8 points. And only 2 behind Mrs. Cole and Hall.
60.
Still all to play for here in Rupert. Just gives him a glimmer, if anything.
Yeah, indeed.
7.
Those are well thrown darts. A right-handed 140 there, but unfortunately, because it's in the 1, just the 7.
100.
The Strictly score.
7.
140.
Keeping me on Strictly. Helen Skelton's in that. Love Helen Skelton, me. She's
60.
been down to our farm and everything. So, yeah, we visited her as well. We went up to Cannon Hall Farm and she was there filming one day and she came over and said hello to me and the wife. So we were chuffed with that. She remembered
58.
us. So she's a favourite. I've never really watched Strictly, but now Helen's in it. We give it a look. Give it a squiz on a Saturday or I'll record it.
Scott Mitchell for Strictly
100.
next year?
Absolutely. I'd be out first week. Be brilliant. Then you keep the money from all the other weeks then, don't you?
Couldn't be worse than Tony Adams. Well,
96.
Ed Balls, that was the famous one, wasn't it? Ed Balls.
Honestly, I have got 2 left feet. I am terrible.
You haven't seen me dance, don't worry, you'll be fine.
Honestly, my wife, just when I get on the dance floor, she either exits the room or she tells me to keep my arms still and don't do things that's silly.
Maybe we'll have a dance.
77. Andreas Toft-Jørgensen 92.
No, let's just do it in here where nobody else can see.
Double 16.
Yeah, that's game
and
short in the fifth
Toft-Jørgensen sees the back of another leg and he brings it back to 3-2.
We're seeing a turnaround here. You know, Toft
6 legs, Andreas to throw first.
Nicked a leg.
Game on.
Really to go 3-1 and then he's grabbed a whole handful of confidence, which has seen him take now his second leg. Look at what that confidence is doing. It's taken him to a 140 to open up the 6th leg. Oh, that's a great reply from Keelan. Keelan's really got to dig in on this leg.
100.
You don't want it to go down the last. You've got to relax against the throw. Don't
59.
go tight in the arm and try and keep Andreas under an amount of pressure because although the momentum's
60.
with him, he's still behind. And if you can both get to the double the same time. Oh, good move.
134.
And credit where credit's due here to Keelan because Andreas has come right back at him and it is
45.
Easy in this scenario for things to really transpire against you. But he's found that possible one more flourish he needs.
94.
That one
Andreas
more flurry he requires to
156.
get the game won. And he should get a match start.
100.
It's just a difference in his confidence,
80.
but that's a great score from Jørgensen there. And there's another mistake. You've got to do the simple things right. And give yourself the chance. Probably thinking
56.
ahead, thinking about the tops there while he threw that second dart. And he could be in trouble here, and he is. Jørgensen's taking another chance. So from 3-0 up, all of a sudden we're back to 3-3.
7th and final
It's
arc.
like one of those
Keelan to throw
90s
first.
dance tracks.
Game on.
Got to turn around.
He's got to turn around indeed.
Great track, that Fats and Small, wasn't it?
Indeed. And that was a great visit from Keelan Kay there. A big 5.
55.
And then 2 treble 20s. That's character, that is.
$41.
Needed to back it up and didn't on this visit. Is he going to get away with that? Because a ton here, we'll see, or 97, we'll see Jørgensen straight back in the game, which is what he's done.
$140.
Super visit, turn 2 corners. Put the pressure back on to Jørgensen.
58.
2 140s and a deciding leg is class in anyone's book.
55.
Had a few 4-3s today, haven't we?
Been tight.
96. Keelan, you require 140. $44.
Bit messy that from Keelan. Needed to stay straight.
59. Keelan, you require 96.
Got away with it to a certain extent. That's Kay now for 96. Oh,
61.
He did everything
Andreas
right until the very last
136.
start there, which I think he might have Ricky Evans that. There were 2 in the air at once there. In a hell of a hurry to get rid of the last one.
Toft-Jørgensen deciding to start on the
96.
treble 16. And so
Keelan, you
Kay now
require
returning
35.
for 35 for the match and to put him on to 8 points. But those 8 points was not what he wanted. And so double
Game,
12 does the
shots,
job for
and a
Keelan
match.
Kay.
Keelan
He
Kay.
beats Andreas Toft-Jørgensen by 4 legs to 3 and he moves on to 8 points in the Group A table, winning 4-3 with an average of 78.81, 4 out of 10 on the doubles. Victory for Keelan Kay. We're going to take a short break and it is a huge game upcoming for Jared Cole to finish his day. Quite simply put, he's going to have to beat Alexander Merkx next.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And if you would like to be part of the crowd, you can visit dartshop.tv to book your free tickets to come along. Well, back here in Group A, Keelan Kay has just got another 2 points on the board. It looked like it was going to be a lot more comfortable than it eventually ended up being without doing anything spectacular. Kay raced into a 3-0 lead in that one, didn't he? But Toft-Jørgensen didn't roll over. He kept plugging away and managed to force a decider. But Keelan, in the end, doing enough in that decider to keep alive his realistic chance of making it into Group B for the remainder of the week. As you can see, 4 out of 10, 40% on the outer ring in that one. An average just shy of 79 for Keelan Kay in that match. And as I said, it does keep alive those realistic chances of making it into Group B. Probably not going to qualify via Group A, but making it into Group B, meaning that he will be part of the evening sessions on Thursday and Friday. If he is able to do that, we can take a look at the league standings. And of course, it's Neil Duff who leads the way on 12 points at the moment. Jared Cole might have a thing or two to say about that in this next match, though, because he takes on Alexander Merkx in this next one. It was all looking good for Merkx, wasn't it? Heading into today's action, he was at top of the table, having picked up 8 points, but he's yet to record a victory on this second day of action. He did take out a superb 1-2-5 to force a decider in his defeat to Neil Duff a little bit earlier on today. And he certainly upped his level slightly since that first game of this morning's session. He's performed well, and perhaps in that defeat to Neil Duff, he'll wonder what more he had to do to get over the line and get the points on the board. As for Jared Cole, it was all looking rosy for him at the start of today as well. He won his first 2 games of today's session, but he has now lost back-to-back games here as well today. So he did win this fixture yesterday. He took out this ton en route. It was to complete a 12-dart leg to get himself back level with Alexander in this one. And as I said, he did go on to win it. How he'd want a checkout like that in this one to return to winning ways in this group and again haul himself level with Neil Duff at the top of the league standings. So to get into this one then, let's hand back over to Scott and Henry.
Thank you very much, Abby. And at some point today, both of these players have led the Group A table. But for Jared Cole, defeat here would give Neil Duff the opportunity to open up a 4-point gap at the top going into the final day's play. In short, Scott Mitchell, it feels must win.
Yeah, it does if he wants to progress out of the group without doubt. He's the fear for Alexander is that he topped the group early this morning and he's yet to get on the scoreboard. And we spoke about how quickly you need to head yourself up the table and get your first win on the board, particularly when you've led overnight. And he'll be disappointed with not the way he's played, because he's played okay, but he'll be disappointed with the fact that he hasn't been able to add to his overnight tally.
Jared to throw first. Game on.
Learning about the Super Series roller coaster up against one of the most
100.
experienced players in this format. Jared Cole played on the very first day's action in Southampton.
140.
Back in March 2021. Didn't have a referee in those times. Players had to wear masks.
60.
There was bubbles and tests and all the rest of that. Thank goodness those days are over.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously my first year in the PDC was very much that. Yeah, all being tested in and tested out. I had a superstition where I wouldn't unpack.
45.
So you got tested and then you headed off to your room and you had to stay there for 24 hours. Sometimes you weren't finding out till the next morning your test results. I refused to unpack because I didn't want to tempt fate.
Because you know if you do, then you're damned.
We were there for 4 and 5 days, so, you know, I was taking enough munchies to, you know, run a little corner shop. So, yeah, I didn't want to unpack all that and then have to put it away again and get out, sort of thing.
58.
Don't mention food around lunchtime.
59. Alexander,
I'm
you
usually
require
watching the darts when I have my
152.
lunch, so it's all good. So I've got the darts bit right. It's just, yeah, the munchies.
128.
Sure, we can find something on one of those apps as Alexander Merkx leads double 12 after 15, and after a promising start to the day where he won his first 2 fixtures, things perhaps maybe beginning to unravel a little bit for
Alexander,
Jared Cole.
require 24. Yeah, that's
Because
game
Alexander
short in the
Merkx
first
has got the
leg.
break in
Alexander
the first leg.
Merkx.
Winless today, and the puff of the cheeks
Second
from
leg,
the
it's
man at the
Alexander
back of the
to throw
stage.
first. Game on.
Maybe a signal, here we go again.
180.
And the thing for Alexander Merkx, all his losses today have been 4-3. So it's not like he's not been in the games. It's not like he hasn't been in. Oh, here we go. We've got the 180 fest on now.
137.
This is a proper contest.
$57. $96.
It's now the time when we say another player's playing their best game of the day against Jared Cole.
I think it is. It's the time we mention it, isn't it?
56.
Because he's averaging 103.93 here, Alexander Merkx, who we know can reach some stratospheric heights, and he's doing so here.
He looks to have no nonsense about him in this
43.
game. He really does.
Alexander,
He
you
looks very
require
confident.
32.
He's looking like, I am not losing this one 4-3. Once again, the doubles are eluding him on the left-hand side
16.
of the board, which was so good to him yesterday. Cole back on 192, so has time.
60.
Time sometimes in
Alexander, you
darts
require
is not
16.
your friend.
Yeah, that's game short in the second leg. Alexander
Time
Merkx.
is running thin and thick and fast for Cole as Merkx leads by
Third
2
leg
legs
is
to
Jared
nil.
to throw first. Game on. $134.
But that's a good start to leg 3 with the throw.
100.
And I just wonder whether Merkx is just relaxed a little bit. I know he hasn't had the best day, but maybe he's just using this game
60.
as a free go at it. The expectation will be on Jared to win, and the expectation is going to be on Jared to pick up the points to put the pressure on Duff. But if he wins this game, and Neil Duff loses to Keelan Kay, we'll have 5 players separated by 2 points.
140.
You have a fair point there, indeed. That's why you're the stats man.
40. Jared, you require 167.
167 going here. Again, that dart just under the treble
58.
20. Causing a move. Merkx just hasn't had the scoring power in this leg that he's had in the previous 2.
41. Jared, you require
And
109.
his averages is dropping off accordingly.
69.
Jared Cole tidies up to leave tops. Merkx
33.
still
Jared, you
struggling to
require
find
40.
a treble. It's Cole with tops. And that's the biggest 5 you'll ever see. But he's tidied it up.
8.
Little talking to himself on the way to the board for the king of the castle.
But he was lucky in that visit.
95.
Merkx wasn't on a
Jared,
finish.
you
He most
require
certainly will
32.
now. And this 32 is going to have to go.
Yeah, that's game short on the third leg.
Exactly. Positive thoughts. Just gathered his thoughts there at the back of the stage, didn't he? I like that. I like that. Gather your thoughts.
Forward leg, it's Alexander
what's in front
first. Of you. Game on.
And then go do it, which is what he's done. And for Merkx, he would have been wishing that leg was over
60.
6 darts ago, because it was a mare for him, wasn't it?
One on the M40.
Jared Cole will be hoping it's not after the Lord Mayor's show, after 2 fantastic victories to
44.
kickstart his day. He's hit a bit of a roadblock, but he's looking to work his way back now.
One on the M40.
Back-to-back 140s.
Which can entice your
One on
opponent
an M40.
into coming with you, which is what's happened here. Oh, he's back in again. Another 140.
One on an M40.
Oh, superb. Superb from Jared Cole.
60. Jared Judikar, 81.
To level us up.
That's not a bad dart in the circumstances. It's double top.
61.
Better than his last attempt that went in the top corner of the 5. Here comes Merkx to apply the pressure.
180. Jared Judikar, 20.
Pressure.
Yeah, that's game
I
short
do like
on the
a bit of that as well. I do like
Cole.
to see somebody do that. You know, hit a 180, leave 18, 17, 4,
Fifth
whatever.
flag
If
is
you've
Jared
been
to
miles
throw
away and they're
first.
sat on a
Game
double,
on.
I do like to see a bit of scoreboard pressure.
Forcing them in. That's what you're doing.
30.
So after all the hard work, Cole really concedes the first throw.
40.
But not by much. He's got away with that again. Merkx again struggling to find a treble on a visit.
How many times do we see that, Scott, where someone breaks the
57.
throw and then the first visit with the darts is usually something around 60 or 45 or something along them lines?
100.
And as a player, I can tell you exactly why. Because when you've been 2 down and you get back, you then get to 2-2 and you go, I'm back. And that is the worst attitude to have, because you then go and continue
100.
to do what you did to be 2-0 down. You tend to do that.
You almost
60.
revert back to type, which is not what you want to do.
Correct. That is the word I was looking for. But Jared has been very good when he gets
100.
the first dart right. I know it's easy to say that about all players, but when he gets the first dart right, he looks a different
60.
player.
That first start laid nicely.
100.
It's been unfortunate there to only have a ton on both throws. And this is exerting pressure on
44.
Merkx,
Jared
who
Judikar, 114.
still going on without that vital win. He's had 3 losses.
$98.
No, it's 4, I think, actually, looking back at my score sheet. Yeah, it's 4.
At what point during the Cole comeback has that come
93.
into his mind?
Jared
I wonder?
Judikar, 16.
It wasn't something he was dreaming of yesterday when he was top when he left the place, that's for sure.
Double 8 for Cole.
Yeah, that's
And it
game
is a
short of the
Tuxton
fifth flag.
turnaround.
Jared Cole.
He leads 3-2 and is a leg away from a vital victory, which would put him
6 flag, it's Alexander
level on
to throw
points
first.
for now
Game
with
on.
Neil Duff, who takes on Keelan Kay in our next match. And
91.
not to preempt any fates, Scott, but have you had a look at what game 15 is tomorrow afternoon?
100.
No, I haven't, actually.
Neil Duff against Jared Cole.
Tasty.
93.
A little bit good. Could all go down to that final game.
180.
Confidence is flying high
57.
now for Jared Cole, you would feel.
105.
He's found a four-leg spurt at the perfect time.
He has indeed.
140.
You
Jared
imagine Merkx is going to have a pretty
116.
sleepless night after today's play. If this 116 goes.
76. Alexander Yurikwa 120.
This Shanghai's going to have to go to the top of the ladder.
100.
And it wasn't too far away.
Jared Yurikwa 40.
So to put himself level with Neil Duff on 12 points, Jared Cole wants tops. Double 10.
Game.
And bets
shot,
the double
and
5. And Jared Cole will end Tuesday at the Super Series on 12 points, getting the better of Alexander Merkx by 4 legs to 2. It's 2, 3 and 2 days for Jared Cole with an 82.5 average, 2 maximums to his name, 4 out of 10 on the doubles for Jared Cole, the king of the castle, who completes a 4-2 victory, slaying Alexander the Great in the process. After the break, we're going to see the Duff man take on the Lord of the Board. Don't miss it.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Jared Cole has just completed his session with a 4-2 victory, returning to winning ways with an important victory to move him onto 12 points in the league table. Well, in his previous match against Graham Hall, he'd averaged over 10 points more than Hall in that match and lost, as you can see here. He did have the lower average in this match, but did get over the winning line. 2 180s apiece in that match, 4 out of 10 on the outer ring from Jared Cole. A much needed 2 points for him if he is to keep himself within a chance, of course, of topping Group A come the end of play tomorrow. We can have a look then at the league table with 2 more games to be played here this afternoon. And it's Jared Cole currently in second, but the next match today will determine who ends day 2 top of the pack. And it's Alexander Merkx, who's currently sat in 4th place now. Of course, he ended yesterday top of the table with 8 points. As you can see, he's not been able to add to that tally here today. Next up is Neil Duff against Keelan Kay. And as I mentioned, this match will determine who ends the day top of the table. Kay in his win over Merkx earlier on. He won that one 4-3, of course, with an 11-dart leg in there as well. We can see him here getting over the line a little bit later on in that match, pinning 2-2 in order to do so. As for Duff, he's looking for his 3rd victory of the day to move himself further ahead at the top of the league standings. He was the winner when these two players met yesterday. It was a 4-2 victory for him to get over the line against Keelan Kay. Will he be able to replicate that in this one? Scott, Henry, what do you think?
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, you get the sense this is really important. This really is the crunch game. Neil Duff can open up a 2-point lead overnight. And any kind of lead in Group A is a big lead because only one player can get their way through, where Keelan Kay, with a win here, is not out the equation one bit. It'd mean a situation where you'd have Duff and Cole occupied on 12 points. They'll be the heavy favourites going into the Wednesday session. And then Graham Hall and Keelan Kay, very interested parties on 10, just behind, waiting for some slip-ups. And then you still wouldn't even rule out Alexander Merkx, although you would sense that if he's going to get through, he'd have to have a 10-point out of 10 day on Wednesday. Biggest game of the day.
First
Make
leg,
no doubt about that, because Graham Hall,
game on.
of course, if Duff loses this game, can make it 3 players onto 12.
He will benefit for sure. I wonder if Keelan knows the importance of this game.
100.
I'm hoping that he kind of doesn't. I'm hoping he just gets his head down and plays, because you're playing a world champion and that's 46. What you have to do against them. You have to concentrate on your own game. He made mistakes in the last game and he knows it. I've spoken to him and he said 100. He feels he's not playing his best. But with a win here and having not played his best, taking himself to 10 points would be a massive boost for him tomorrow. Absolutely. So quite an important game for him too. Does fatigue start to set in at this point in the day? It's early start yesterday, early start today.
They are long days here at the Super Series. They are a test of a player's endurance. $140. All the players are in by 8:15 this morning. They've been in the venue for quite some hours now.
43. Neil,
preparing and playing their matches.
Plus the practicing out between games and before the games start. And
46.
I know it's difficult to play days in a row, having lockdown and pro tours as we discussed, but
100.
Good visit there from Keelan Kay. 52 after 15, but it's Duff. Should get a dart at tops.
Yeah, that's game short.
And that was all he needed. Straight in to hold his throw.
And again, the way the formats work, the way the games have panned out, Neil has always known that he is the man that can set the tone. He is the man that can take control of the group and apply the pressure on those directly below him.
Yes, it is. And now that he's won that first leg,
140.
He is now wading in on the lipstick to keep Keelan under pressure.
100.
Just to have a look at the fixtures for tomorrow. 95. This will be game 1 of the day. Keelan has the darts in that game. And then Graham Hall takes on Alexander Merkx. And to complete the first round, Jared Cole against 59. Andreas Toft-Jørgensen. Match 4 is also important because Neil Duff, Graham Hall, that could potentially have some huge significance because Graham Hall is still in this conversation. Hall wins his first 2. We could see all sorts happening. We're seeing all sorts happening here. Because the Duff man leads himself 86 after 9. And is putting in a ton-plus average at 44. The most perfect time.
Neil 86.
He is. And this looks good. It's 8-8.
70.
Misses for 11. And a bit of a stare at the board there from Duff. As if it was the board's fault that it didn't go in. But that's what you do when you got the eye of the tiger. That's how you feel
16.
inside.
Yeah, that's game short in the second line.
Used the dart well there. Breaks the K throw.
Third leg, it's Neil the throw first. Game on.
Game really is going how he would imagined it would go while he was back in the practice room.
55.
He's come here and tried to dominate the game early doors against Keelan, who's been a little bit indifferent at times today. And as I said, spoken to
44.
him and he's not happy how he's playing. But he should be. Needs to just compose himself a little more
100
at vital moments, because that's all it is. That's the fine line between greatness
100
and mediocrity, is getting the right thing done in the right moment. Everybody hits hundreds, everybody hits 140s, everybody hits 180s, but it's hitting them at the right time. And then when you do it, them, finishing the leg off, it's all about that little double around the outside. Having the composure to let yourself do it.
62.
Especially when the big moments come. And these are big moments for Neil Duff. Because not just would it put him on to 14 points, it would also
45.
Give him a big advantage in the legs difference column. He's already one in front of Jared Cole before this game got underway.
78. Neil, you require 161.
You have to own the big moments in darts and not let the big moments own you. I was told that a long time
100.
ago by an old fella in our own local pub, and he was absolutely spot on. And as my career has gone on, there's
81.
no truer word being
Neil,
spoken.
you require 61.
Truest words usually are by that one guy in the corner, isn't it?
But generally never throws and has got no idea about any of it.
That's game short in the third leg.
But they come up with some great philosophies, and Neil Duff here is definitely owning this moment.
Forward leg, it's Keelan the throw first.
He's looking to own the group going into the final day. He leads 3-0 against Keelan Kay. One more leg.
42.
And he will top the group overnight on 14 points. And then we will see whether Graham Hall can bring himself back level with Jared Cole on 12 and set up a 3-player run to the line. Tomorrow morning session, which starts at 9:30 a.m. here on Sporty Stuff TV and on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, where if you are tuning in to us from there, don't forget to subscribe, because you get to see extra bonus content such as Game of the Day and interviews from behind the scenes on top of all the live action. And action just like that 180!
They tend to drop in beautiful when you're 3-0 up.
100.
When you're chasing, the 180s are very difficult to hit.
$100. $58.
And so 6 darts for Neil Duff to end the day as the table topper in Group A.
60. 23. Neil, you require 116.
So for the match, the single leaves himself tops.
96.
But that drags below, but he is going to return with Keelan Kay back on 2-2-1.
28. Neil, you require 20.
So double 10 for Duff. Double 5
No score.
Decided to bust it with Keelan Kay not on a finish. And so
43.
the
Neil, you
reigning
require 20.
Lakeside champion wants double 10. Back up for double 5. He's going to have to go for it this time. And he gets it this time. And Neil Duff will enter the final day in Group A as the man at the top of the pile after a 4-0 victory against Keelan Kay with an average of 84.68, 2 maximums to his name, and 4 out of 12 on the doubles. And so is the Duff man who will be the table topper overnight, but Graham Hall can bring himself to within 2 points of him if he can get victory in our final game of the day. He takes on Andreas Toft-Jørgensen.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Neil Duff has just rounded off his second day of action with a 4-0 victory. That does, of course, mean he will be top of the table heading into the final day, but this man stood next to me isn't far behind him at all. Jared, ending day 2 on 12 points. Just sum up how you feel you've played over the course of today.
Patchy, I think is the right word. There's been good moments, good matches, a couple of poor matches here and there, so a bit of everything really, mixed bag.
Scoring's certainly been an improvement on yesterday though, hasn't it?
Yeah, the 180s have been going in a lot better, so I guess that's a positive. So.
And how hard is it, because many of the players in the field have really upped their level when they've played you today? How hard is it to keep that positive mindset when you're playing in those games? Because we saw you puffing your cheeks a few times out there.
Yeah, there's been moments where I'm like, oh, it's always happening to me, but in the same sense, there's a reason behind that. They have to take those shots, or they otherwise, well, obviously I'm in a good position to win the matches, but unfortunately that starts, and it's a horrible game sometimes, but it's also a great one when they go for you, so swings and roundabouts, I suppose.
And we can have a look at the league standing. As we mentioned, you are second going into the final day of action. It's very congested at the top there. So many players raising their game today. Graham Hall in there, one of those players. What do you feel, if you were to be super critical of your own game, what do you feel needs to improve tomorrow?
I'm going to say doubles at key moments. I mean, there's been a couple of good shots and a couple of good sort of saving the match sort of shots, but in key moments, I've missed a few shots, and it's, yeah, like sort of saying, I believe I can do a lot better at it. So I hope I will tomorrow.
And we spoke about it quite a lot after your game against Keelan Kay yesterday, because you two really seemed to spark the session into life with that performance. You both put in really good performances against each other today as well. Is he someone you really enjoy playing against and you bring the best out of each other?
Well, we've played each other quite a few times at sort of youth darts. Obviously, we're both from a sort of similar background. We've both worked our way through the system at the same sort of time. So we know each other really well, but in the same sense, it's that sort of personal rivalry where you want to be the one that wins. And of course, it's just sort of, yeah, it's one of those. Obviously, the last 2 days I've been lucky and got the win, but another day it could be his. So we'll see what happens.
And you've already spoken about the strength that you need in this format, but how much has it done you good? Because we know you're someone with vast experience playing here now. When you lose a game, or when you average much higher than your opponent and you lose a game, and to respond, do you feel like you do that a lot easier now, given the experience you've had?
Yeah, ultimately, experience counts for everything down here. So obviously it helps you in the key moments, and in the future it will hopefully help me to win games that potentially I won't win or I wouldn't have won before. So hopefully it will show in my future games that experience does count. So we'll see what happens.
It certainly does, and this man is certainly in a good spot in order to qualify via Group A for finals night, so he'll be bidding to do that tomorrow. We have got one more game to bring you in this afternoon session, though, so let's hand back over to our commentary team to see how this one unfolds.
Thank you very much, Abby, and it is a crucial one as well, because Graham Hall can bring himself onto 12 points. If he can gain victory against Andreas Toft-Jørgensen, it's been a attritional day for Andreas, the 26-year-old from Denmark, up against Graham Hall, who, after the struggles of yesterday, really has kicked on in day 2 here at the Super Series. And I just wonder whether he's just had a bit of time yesterday just to relax and put everything to the back of his mind, and he's just come back today fresh and better for that little bit of a break after the session yesterday.
Yeah, it seems like it. You know, it seems like I said he could be the star player today, this morning before we started, because I felt at times he was unlucky yesterday. Some of it was his own doing, making mistakes, but some of it, people were playing well against him yesterday because they'd seen his stats from his previous visits.
100.
And here we go again. Somebody playing well against him.
And of course, for Toft-Jørgensen, he could play with that little bit of freedom now.
57.
Chances of him winning Group A is still mathematically possible, but very, very, very unlikely.
55.
He would have to put 10 or 15 points on his average, I believe, and really had the day of his life tomorrow.
And then hope that everybody else divvies up in a way that would see something spectacular happen.
It would have to be a day of underdogs winning every game, I think.
Days which would probably leave our hair falling out, although not that there's much left on one account anyway.
Again, it's been a good day today. I've really enjoyed the games going today, and they seem to have flown by again. You know, I can't believe we're on the last game already.
70. 40.
He's himself on 130 after 12. And again, we've seen in previous matches where a player feels as if they can just loosen up a little bit because of the
55.
Circumstances of the game, but just relaxing and enjoying themselves. Treble. Would have left the bullseye.
41. Graham, you require 160.
Good start. Not quite.
85.
And a poor finish, I think we would say.
89.
But he's still in contention. Oh, double 16.
Yeah, that's game short in the first leg. Andreas Toft-Jørgensen.
Those are the shots that you hit, and then you go, why haven't I been doing that all day? Why have I waited to game 15 on day 2 to start taking out these 2 dart outs clean as a whistle?
And of course, finishing in the bottom positions in Group A doesn't spell disaster. We saw in the previous phase when Keelan Kay finished bottom of Group A on 6 points, and went on to win the week and qualify for Champions Week. So, of course, you want to qualify through Group A, but what happens in these 3 days may not necessarily dictate your week.
No, definitely not. And particularly for players like Andreas who are learning on the job, so to speak. You get like a fresh start, don't you? It's like a restart. So you then learn that you need to take advantage of that.
Interesting hearing from Jared Cole just now.
100.
Very, very insightful interview, that.
Yeah, like all young fella, like I say, once you get to know him and, you know, I've been around him a little bit at darts, you know, it takes more than once to be around somebody and
43.
You know, for their true colours to shine through, so to speak. But Jared is everything that it says on the tin. He's likable character, accepts the days when he's
100.
not quite doing it and enjoys the days when he is doing it. And I think there's something to be said for that.
And I was worried that he was going to take our job for a second. He spoke so much sense.
Yeah, I think he's one of those that would actually come into the commentary box and do a right grand job. But whether he would want to do that at this particular moment in time and take his focus
60.
off of his dream, only he can answer that question.
We'd want to spend a day sat with us, Scott.
Well, us. we like sitting in here and having a chat with each other. I mean, I quite enjoy myself and it's good.
It's been good fun.
96.
Absolutely.
Andreas
absolutely.
141. 81.
Couple more days together and then you're off to the Pro Tour weekend.
Yeah, indeed. It's been a bit of a travelling week this week. Yeah, last night I still had league darts
59.
after this. I still play league darts, so
60.
headed over to Blandford and Paddock Spa to play my local league game, which was a bit of a trek. And then yeah, end of the week we're trekking off again up to Barnsley. Staying with my buddy Scott Waits this weekend. So yeah, that'll be different.
Certainly clocking the miles in.
Done it again. He's hit the bullseye when he didn't want to.
88.
But it will turn
Andreas,
out
you require
just
20.
Fine.
Yeah, that's game short in the second leg. Andreas Toft-Jørgensen.
Andreas looks a little bit more positive with this one, doesn't he?
Third leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Just looks as if he's just relaxing and taking it as he comes.
$64.
And the other thing is that there's absolutely no pressure on him in this game. The pressure is absolutely piled onto Graham Hall.
Yeah, absolutely, because he has to get something out of this game to stay in touch. A cruel Robin Hood there for him. Those things, again, happen to you when you're 2-0 down, not
60.
when you're 2-0 up. And they affect you when you're 2-0 down. You know, you go Robin Hood when you're 150 in front and you've already got 120 in the board. You don't bat an eyelid to it. But when you're trying to keep up and you're battling to stay there, yeah, they hurt.
81.
There's only so many kicks in the doodahs you can take in this game before it affects your spirit.
I do wonder sometimes how true that Chumbawamba lyric is.
34.
Depends how you get knocked down, mate.
It's a right-hand jab from Mike Tyson. You're probably not coming back up.
We've all seen the Hangover movies.
58.
He's a big pussycat. He's not a big hard man.
$140. Graham, you require 108.
Well, Graham Hall could be on the canvas if Toft-Jørgensen takes out the 58 and he can't convert the 108, which he isn't going to do.
100. Andreas, you require 58.
It's a self-double 4 if this 58 doesn't go. Tops a 3-0.
Yeah,
Tops
that's James
for
short than a
Toft.
bird line.
And he's a leg away from victory against Graham Hall. It has been a trying Tuesday for the man from Denmark. But he may be able to sign off for the day with a victory against Graham Hall, for whom Tuesday has seen him become the biggest mover.
You say that on the top of the pops. Here's the movers and the shakers. I didn't know what that meant, but now I know. You've just explained it to me. It's as the songs were going up the charts.
93.
Chris Murphy's domain, that. The charts.
40.
Very good at the music round at the Super Series quiz.
A Super Series quiz?
We haven't done it recently, but when we moved to the new venue, we went to a quiz on a Wednesday and Sunday night at a local bar, and we came second, first, and second, I think, was our record.
Wow. So what was the prize? How did you split the prize between the 12 of you?
100.
To be fair, Kurt Bevins did a lot of the hard work, so it felt right to give the pocket money away to him.
I've now worked out how you won.
60.
Our countdown champion of champions, Kirk Bevins, in your quiz team. Talking of quizzes, I think there's a couple of darters on Eggheads tonight at 6:30.
Indeed, Glenn Durrant's going to be on there. He's going to be back here in the Super Series commentary box in a couple of weeks. We look forward to having him here. He's going to be here for the whole week.
58.
We have Corinne Hammond in tomorrow. Thursday night, and then Friday, and then Saturday. We've got Phil Bars and Chris Murphy also
60.
filling in the commentator's chair as well this week. And Toft-Jørgensen looking to sign off the day with a 4-0 victory against Graham Hall, which would derail the significant progress that he's made today.
100. Andreas, you require 141. 45. Graham, you require 86.
And so, to bring it back to 3-1, Graham Hall wants 86. Double 16.
That's game short on the forward line.
What a great save that. Yeah, great save that. Like I say, those are the ones you miss when you're 3-0 down. But he's...
Fifth flag, it's Andreas to throw first.
Could leg difference be the difference in where he ends up playing? Could that be an important leg? That is what this format does.
There is nothing that doesn't matter here at the Super Series. Every leg matters. Every match matters. Every moment matters.
100.
Well, I tell you, watching will be wondering what those squares are in the stage at the back there. Those cut-out holes. Well, I was wondering, so I went and had a look myself this morning. They've got some uplighters in there that go up to the ceiling.
95.
As part of the show that is the MODUS Super Series.
You can join us at the Super Series as well. Do head over to dartshop.tv to get your tickets for all the Saturday night finals up until the end of week 12 of this phase. Never know, you might see me and Scott.
59.
I was just about to say you won't be disappointed, and then you mentioned that we might be here. So grab your tickets just in case we're not, so you're not disappointed. No, you never know who you could meet here on a Saturday at the finals.
Well, I'm not here for the 2 weeks after this, so if you don't, you know, so you know.
I have to be honest, I've got no idea when I'm next back.
Andreas, you require 167.
Hopefully soon. Andreas Toft-Jørgensen. He was a footballer who played for Bournemouth back in the day. I don't know where that came
Graham,
from.
you require 126.
Graham Hall wants 126. To bring it back to 3-2.
Almost, but not quite. 38 on the board, 88 left. Is he going back?
58.
Yeah, he's going back up to the treble 20.
69.
So, for the win, it's double top.
Game.
And he nails it.
And a match.
And Andreas Toft-Jørgensen finishes the day with a 4-1 victory against Graham Hall. And the Great Dane ends the day with a win with an average of 79.42. One maximum in that match, 2 on 40 pluses, 4 out of 7 on the checkouts. That equates to 57.14% and an 89 high checkout. Graham Hall, who really has made some moves on Tuesday here at the MODUS Super Series, is defeated in his final game. He could have gone within 2 points of Neil Duff at the top of the table. If he could have completed victory in that one, he would have gone level on points with Jared Cole if he gained victory in that one. It wasn't a B for him, and so for Andreas Toft-Jørgensen, he now moves himself onto 8 points in Group A alongside Alexander Merkx and Keelan Kay. But at the end of day 2, as we have a look at the league table, it is Neil Duff that leads the way with 14 points on the board. He is the man to chase down going into the concluding day of action, from Jared Cole in second on 12 points. And to sum up what we have seen on moving day here at the Super Series, Scott Mitchell has made his way up to the balcony with Abigail Davies.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, Henry, for that one. Scott, first impressions I want from the Jared Cole interview that we did a little bit earlier on. Would you agree with his assessment that his performances have been a bit patchy today?
Yeah, I would actually, and I think that he has been totally honest about an assessment of himself, which is very difficult as a dart player to do. Sometimes you weighed in on yourself too hard, and I think that's going to see him in good stead in the future, because he sees the game and reads the game very well.
I was going to ask you about that, because when I asked him about what he'd need to improve, and he mentioned his doubles, the way he spoke about that, he seems like someone who assesses and addresses the right things in his game. He's not too hard on himself, but he addresses what needs to be.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. You know, you can be over hard on yourself, and if you're over hard on yourself, which if my wife's watching, she will say that I am at times, you then stop yourself in the next game. So you do have to be careful of how critical you are of your own game.
We mentioned Graham Hall, and we mentioned that today, Tuesday, is move-in day in Group A. He has been a big mover, winning 4 of his 5 games, but how disappointed will he be with the way that last match played out?
Well, having just seen him come through the door downstairs, I know how disappointed he is. But I think that this time and this moment, if he'd have lost the first game and won the next 4, he'd have walked through the door with a very different face. But it's the same points. Us dart players don't always think rationally.
Yeah, and I think because of the position he put himself in, I think it's understandable to realise why he is feeling like that at the moment. But just finally then, a word on Neil Duff, who is top. He's someone who's also cut a bit of a frustrated figure up on that stage at times today, but he's top going into the final day. I'm going to put you on the spot slightly. Do you see him still being there come the end of play tomorrow?
If he plays like the last 2 games, which he absolutely bossed them, he looked to have the right attitude, he wasn't nervous of anything, he went there and said, these are my games and I'm having them. He does that tomorrow, he tops the group. If he doesn't, he could open the door for maybe Jared. And I still don't think Graham Hall's out of it yet.
I would agree entirely with that assessment. We will be back from 9:30 tomorrow morning for the conclusion of Group A and to see if this man is right.
The MODUS Super Series, brought to you